Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the LSUIC 2026 Winters Debate, Intercity Winter Debate. And today we have our last game for the quarterfinals. And this game, the first one is between Xuzhou City versus Wenzhou City. Xuzhou City versus Wenzhou City. On the motion, Honorable Louis, get a feedback from you. Let me. Okay, thank you. So on the motion, leadership commitment is best demonstrated through voluntary service rather than financial incentives. In the layman or the Liberian term, it is good for people to work without pay or for them to work with small thing. When they work with small thing, do they demonstrate commitment? Or when you're not paid, then they will not work good. So the first game. So the teams will decide when we get here to know which position they will be debating on. And two highlighted players for today. On the Prince Wise City, won the MVP for his last game, and Isaac. I think Isaac also won MVP for the last game. No, but he said he won the last debate. He was the second runner-up. So for game two, it will be between Qingdao City versus Guizhou City. And for both teams, they just have a set of two players each. And Qingdao, someone say my sound is very low. Can someone please confirm if they can hear me clearly? It is still low?
I hear you.
No, fair.
Oh, okay. So the others that I can hear me clearly, please check your device as well. But let me try to connect another headset here to it and see. Maybe that will help. So Olive Kamara is from Guizhou City, and she won the MVP during her first game. Though in the second game, her teammate Francis won the MVP. How does it sound now?
Good.
All right. Thank you. So Olive won the MVP in her first game. In the second game, her teammate won. So the motion for Qingdao and Guizhou City is technical and vocational education. Does it contribute more to Liberia long-term development than a traditional university degree? One team is saying yes. Technical and vocational education contribute more to the long-term development than traditional university degree. For example, when Jara gets in how to edit video good, that can be helpful to our long-term development. Then going to get your BSc in automation engineering and all of that. So we'll be here open to hear what the debaters have. For our first game, we'll be having 3 judges for our first game. And the head judge for the first game will be Honorable Aaron Pittman, and he will be joined by Honorable Alexander Domajo and that of Honorable Omario Yasia. So they will be the judges for game 1, and we'll announce the judges for game 2 when we get there. Honorable judges, are you there? Honorable Pittman? I think I saw initially Honorable Mario was here. Honorable Alex, Honorable Pittman. So the semifinal should be on the 25th. Honorable Mario, please check with the judges in the judges group. Please check with the other two judges there and let them know that we are online. Thank you.
Okay, President.
All right. So the semifinal should be on the 25th. And thereafter, we'll be headed towards the last match, which will be the final. Proposed date is the 28th, but we'll let you know when we get closer to that time. So on that day, we'll also play the third place match and that of the grand final. So those that are making their way to the semifinal, any one of them win, they'll go straight to the final. The other two losers should get ready for the third place match. And the first prize is 700 RMB. And for the first winner, second prize is 350, and the third is 150. All debaters that participated will be certificated as well. They will be recognized at the union's upcoming conference, which would be July from the 24th to the 27th, 2026. And this year makes LSUIC 20 years old. So this conference is a historic one, and there will be so many things happening there, not just the normal flow, but 20 years birthday, celebrating our 20 years birthday, 2 decades. That's a long time. But thank you all for joining as we await our judges to get started with us for today. But debaters, Xuzhou Sete, are you here? Xuzhou debaters.
Xuzhou.
Xuzhou Sete debaters, are you here? Honorable Seti and Honorable Prince. Any one of you online? Wenzhou.
We present.
President.
All right. So we I think I saw, yeah, Clarence is online, but he's muted. Honorable Clarence, if you are there following, kind of mute yourself. Let me check for Prince said he's not online. Xuzhou. Honorable Pittman, if you are there, you can stop me at any point in time to take over the game. Honorable Pittman, Honorable Alex, Honorable Mario.
Yeah, we're working on that, Mr. President, and I have a quick announcement.
Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, this is for the debaters. You have time after the second game this evening. We will be having a quick draw as usual to determine the semi-final teams, draw, and topics. The format will be the same as the quarterfinal for the pro and con that will be decided on the day of the match. That's the quick announcement. Thank you.
Can you please come back? I really didn't get the announcement.
Honorable Chairman. But based on what I got, yeah, go ahead, Honorable Chairman, go ahead.
Is the audio clear?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, the announcement is that the winners from the quarterfinal stages that have proceeded to the semis, you can please wait after the second match today. We will have a quick draw to determine the matchup. So we just do the draw and to determine the teams and the topics that you guys will be debating. Yeah, just quick, 10 minutes. I hope you can hear me. Chris, can
Yeah,
you
that
hear
was.
me?
Yeah, thank you. That was clear.
Okay.
All right. So debaters, please stay. For those qualifying for the semifinal, please stay after the game, so that we can go into the draw for the semifinal to know the topics and all of that. Xuzhou.
Okay. Good evening. You guys hear me, right?
Yes, Judge Aaron, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry for the little delay. Yeah, I know the time is running. I saw your message, and I hope we can start in no time. But see if someone can take care of our time.
Judge Doe, Honorable Confidence S. Doe, are you there to help with the timer? Honorable Doe, kindly unmute yourself and all right, Judge Aaron, please get Honorable Doe from the group. He's online now, but probably he's away from his computer, can hear us. So please get him to check. If I do that, my sign from the WeChat will keep disturbing the game. So,
Okay.
Xuzhou,
All right.
Xuzhou Sete, are you guys? Prince White City and Clarence S. Johnson, or any representative from Xuzhou? Xuzhou is the defending champion. They are afraid of Wenzhou. Are they afraid of Wenzhou? Wenzhou, what have you caused? What have you done to our people? Okay. Honorable Aaron, if you are there and ready, kindly let me know. On the confidence as though if you are back and hearing me, kindly share your timer. Honorable Doe.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm trying to arrange it.
Okay. All right, I'm sure before they finish or everything, you will be done with it. Honorable Chairman, Honorable Moba, are you there? If you are, please prepare the spinning wheel. I don't know if the head judge have that ready as well. So if you are there. Judge Pittman, are you there, please?
I'm here, sir. I'm here. I'm just waiting for a timekeeper. Oh, okay. While we're there, I will be your head judge for tonight, and along with me, I have two other judges that will serve with me tonight for this game. Actually, I think I missed track of the time. I'm en route, actually going back to my place of work. That's the reason. But nevertheless, I will still uh, be here, and I hope we can have a very wonderful evening together. So, along with me tonight, my co-judges, if you are there, you can unmute yourself and probably introduce yourself for tonight while we prepare the timer.
Okay.
Co-judges, yeah, just unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Okay, so I think I'll go first. Hello, am I being heard?
Yes, go
Yes,
ahead.
we
Go
can
ahead.
hear you.
Okay, so my name is Dio Mario Yasia. I'm from Jinhua City, from Zhejiang Province. Tonight I'm going to be serving as one of the judges. I just want to say congratulations to all of those who made it to the quarterfinals, and I look forward to a very wonderful game today. Thank you.
All right. Josh, number 2, are you there? All right. So our other judge is en route also, so we don't want to keep you guys waiting. We'll go ahead with the introduction of our team tonight. Team Xuzhou, are you there? If you are there, please unmute yourself and introduce your team.
Thank you, Honorable Head Judge. So my name is Prince Wasiri, and I'm representing Team Xuzhou. And also I have my first speaker here as well.
Yeah, and I'm Clarence S. Johnson. I'm representing Team Xuzhou.
All right, thank you so much. Our second team, can you please unmute yourself and make your introduction? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable George. My name is Isaac Young. I'm from Nimbo City, and I'm representing Wenzhou, and I'm the first speaker of Team Wenzhou today. My colleague will introduce himself.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm James Pescafwan, a proud representative of Wenzhou City.
Can you please do that again? You're not too audible.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm James Pescafwan, a proud representative of Wenzhou City. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. But if you'll be using that mic to do your presentation tonight, I hope you can improve the sound because I think it's not audible enough.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we will now go to the screening of the week. Our chairman, if you are there, please, can you share your screen for me, please?
Can I try my mic again, please?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I think you're much better now. Yeah, much better.
All right, thank you.
All right. As we all know, for you guys, the two teams you've seen the Wii, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this is Team Xuzhou. Okay, Team Xuzhou, you have one debate here on the spin of the wheel. So you will choose to speak first or you choose to speak a second. Team Xuzhou.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Xuzhou, you won the spinning of the wheel. You choose to speak first or you choose to speak second, or pro or con, basically.
So we take the pro of the debate.
Okay, you'll be the pro of the debate.
Yeah.
Okay, then definitely Team Wenzhou will be the con of the debate. Team Wenzhou, are you there?
Yes, we are here.
Okay, so you saw the spinning of the wheel, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so right now we will.
Internet is very bad.
Okay. Team Wenzhou, are you there?
Yes, we are here, Honorable.
Okay, so if you are ready, Team Wenzhou, you can go ahead with your first speak.
Excuse me, Team Xuzhou, right? They are the pro.
Timekeeper, is it possible? Timekeeper, before you go for timekeeper, is it possible for you to enlighten our topic on the time, please?
Yes, sir, that's possible. Let me adjust that.
Honorable Judge.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
It's the pro that is going first, yeah? Can you hear me?
The judge is muted.
Yes, you hear me,
repeat.
right? You hear me? The network sometimes. You hear me? You hear me, right?
Yes, now.
Yeah, okay.
I said the pro is going first, right?
Yes, exactly. The pro is going first. And you guys are the con, right?
Yes, we are the
Sure.
con.
Yeah. So the pro team. The pro team, are you ready?
Yes, Honorable Josh, you are ready?
Okay, the pro team, if you're ready, you can go ahead with your first speaker constructive speech.
Thank you, sir. So, honorable judges, audience, our respected opponent, and fellow members of our third union, today we gathered not with emotion, but to reflect on the very essence of leadership. The proposition before us states, leadership commitment is best demonstrated through voluntary service rather than financial incentives. We stand before you to affirm this truth. By definition, leadership commitment is the unwavering dedication of leaders to organizational goals, accountability, and resilience, especially during turbulence. By this definition, leadership commitment is not the transaction, it is the transformation. It is the visible, unwavering dedication to a cause that inspires others to follow. So the question is, what proves this commitment best? Offering a paycheck perk or offering one's time, skill, and passion? We on the pro side argue that voluntary service is a superior demonstration, and we base this on three pillars of evidence. Firstly, voluntary service signals authentic conviction. In the realm of human psychology, we understand that behavior driven by internal values is far more powerful than behavior driven by external rewards. A leader who serves without measuring his or her commitment against financial incentives sends a unmistakable signal. I am here because I believe in this mission. This is what researchers call the pro-social mission or the pro-social motivation. A 2014 field experiment in Zambia published in the Journal of Public Economics tested this very dynamic. Researchers offered agents different rewards to sell CDs for the prevention of STIs and STDs. The results showed that non-financial rewards were more effective than financial incentives. Most importantly, the agents who were pro-socially motivated, meaning those who genuinely cared about the cause, performed better. Financial incentives did not crowd out their commitment. They were simply not the driving force. True leaders like Nelson Rolihlahla Madiba Mandela, who committed himself to the struggle, did not do so against a financial incentive. He committed himself to a cause inspired by some intrinsic factors, and that passion led him to contribute significantly to the liberation and upliftment of the peoples of Africa. Secondly, voluntary service builds authentic trust and stronger communities. Financial incentives create a principal-agent relationship, a transaction. Voluntary service creates a covenantal relationship, a bond. When communities see leaders serving without expectation of payment, it builds a reservoir of trust that money cannot replicate. Consider Stanford University in the US, where over 2,600 students served their community last year. One student volunteer at the Senior Living Center said, "Everyone who gave their time to serve is making a difference, no matter how small. Good things take time." This is the long game of leadership. It is about fostering relationships, as seen in the Home Community Guiding, where volunteer support from students was directly credited with the project's success and expansion. No financial contract could forge that level of genuine community partnership. Thirdly, voluntary service is the ultimate crucible for developing leadership character. Financial incentives can often lead to distorted priorities. A report by Troy Assessment Management analyzing corporate executive pay warns that poorly designed financial incentives can encourage short-termism and unethical behavior. Voluntary service, on the other hand, forges character. It teaches resilience, empathy, and humility. Take the case of Abia Rhoda Bridget, a 24-year-old South Sudanese graduate who took a volunteer position when she couldn't find a paid job. That experience at EVE organization and assistant mission for Africa built her skills and confidence. Distinguished judges, financial incentives have their places in the world, but they are tools for compliance, not for demonstrating the depth of one's commitment. Leadership is about influence, inspiration, and trust. These are built through the visible voluntary sacrifice of service. For these reasons, we strongly affirm the resolution tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to Team Xuzhou, the first speaker from the pro team tonight. Now we move to the first speaker, the constructed speech from Team Wenzhou. Team Wenzhou, are you there?
Yes, sir. We are here.
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Judge. Honorable judges, worthy opponents, and audience members, let us face the reality today. Let us be grounded in reality, commitment. Commitment should not be a luxury reserved for only the wealthy, but for those who are eager enough to work for free. True leadership requires sustained focus, accountability, and professional dedication. Qualities that are secure and validated through fair compensation. Because we believe that valuing a leader's time is the best way to ensure sustainable and effective commitment. Today, I want you to be drawn to the word sustainable. Yes. Sustainable and effective leadership. Qualities that are secure and validated through fair compensation, because we believe valuing a leader's time is the best way. Team Wenzhou proudly stand in firm negation of today's motion, resolve, leadership, is their best demonstrated through voluntary service rather than financial incentive. We strongly oppose to that. We accept the affirmative definition, but wish to clarify some context. Our framework, basically, the standard for today's debate must be sustainability and accountability. Whichever side prove a model that is realistically aligned into this reality will be fully committed energy with long time while maintaining accountable to their goals of those who present them. First, I would like to draw my argument today against two strong pillars. First one is financial incentive create bonding accountability. Commitment is just not an emotion, it is a measurable action. Financial incentive establish a professional bonding contract of accountability. When a leader is employed or compensated, their commitment is formalized. They are not just doing it because they feel like doing it at this point, but they are required to do it, and they will do it. And history has shown us that the best leaders are those who have love for what they are doing, and they get benefit from what they are doing. Those are two key components that make up great leadership. Secondly, a volunteer, no matter how passionate and ultimately dictates their own terms. If somebody is working for free, honorable judge and audience member, they can decide whenever they want to go, however they want to go, and how much time they're going to allude to the cause. Because they are not getting paid or being financially compensated. You cannot term that as a formal leadership if someone turns up whenever they want to and however they want to. Financial incentive proves commitment because the leader is putting their professional livelihood and reputation on the line to deliver results. You can only guarantee those results, and you can only require them to give you those results if they are being paid to do this. They cannot do it on free will. How long can free will last? That's why I keep pressing on the point to this sustainability and tell them accessibility of the leadership. The romanticized view of my opponent ignores harsh economic reality. People have to eat. Family have to be fed. If we demand that true commitment must be voluntary, we restrict leadership to those who are wealthy enough. If we say only those who should do work because they are not being paid, you are holistically, you are drawing the line very close to only rich people should work as leaders. No, that is totally wrong. Because if I don't get paid from this, how my family gonna eat? We restrict leadership role by giving these points. My opponents are giving, they restrict the roles to only the privileged elites, those who are existing wealth and do not need to work or survive. Financial incentive actually enable commitment. By paying a leader, we allow them to quit their secondary job and dedicate 100% of their time to the struggle. As much as passion is great, but professional accountability and sustainable dedication finish the race because financial incentive ensure that a leader can commit fully, equitably, and accountably. And for that stance, Team Wenzhou sternly asks a core ballot, honorable Josh and audience members, how long can a worker work for free without getting compensated? You know that is not sustainable. It will last for a short time, but it's not sustainable. And leadership should be sustainable and long term, honorable Josh. With that being said, I digress. Thank you.
Right. We say thank you to the two teams for their first constructive speeches. Now we will move to a cross-examination. So the cross-examination is going to go for 6 minutes, at which each team will have the opportunity to ask questions, and the other team will also be given the time to respond to the question. So our first speaker, if you are there, you can go ahead with your first question.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable George. You know, the presentation from my opponent is replete with contradiction, where he emphasized on bonding accountability. But can he tell this audience that accountability is only attributed to financial incentive? Then consider LSUIC. Are we not accountable to the people we serve, to the students we serve, because we are not taking financial incentive? Thank you.
Honorable Judge, can I go ahead to answer?
Yes, exactly.
All right. So it's literally very difficult to escape questions like these. If you raise an emphasis, sustainable leadership and effective leadership is guaranteed through financial incentive. The reason LSUIC, the population of LSUIC cannot do anything to the president is because they are not paying the president. You understand? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead with your question.
All right. Thank you. So to my opponent, my question is, if you believe that leadership commitment is best demonstrated through voluntary services, are you effectively saying that only the independently wealthy are qualified to be truly committed leaders? Isn't that your point today?
Okay, yeah, so thank you. But let me quickly deal with the contradiction in the answer that you provide me, comrade. You know, you sounded very, 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 very contradictory to the statement you made, most especially when you said that the students in LSUIC cannot do nothing to the president. Then why do we have an annual report from the president? It contradicts the very essence of our union. So I am not saying that people should not be paid. People can be paid, but when it comes to measuring leadership commitment, financial incentive cannot be the superior metric. That's my argument, comrade.
Okay, comrade, thank you. Thank you for ending the debate. You say you are not saying people should not be paid, but people should be paid. Thank you for ending the debate. I understand. And my next question to you is, if a voluntary leader fails to meet a deadline or misses a critical meeting,
you have to reduce your anxiety. I think it's my time to ask you a question. You are becoming too emotional. Reduce your anxiety and let's go by the rules guarding the discourse for me. Reduce your anxiety, brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, reduce your anxiety.
Exactly.
Can you allow the judge to do his work, please?
Exactly. Team Xuzhou, go ahead with your second question. Go ahead with your second question.
My question to you. So Lima Bowie, who won the Nobel Laureate, the Nobel Peace Prize in 2011, was not awarded on the basis that she was paid for advocacy. She was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which is one of the highest leadership in the world. How can you attribute this to your argument for incentive as a measurement for leadership commitment?
All right, thank you. Thank you for the question. How can I attribute this? I'm telling you that Lima Bowie won the Peace Prize because of work of activism. We are not entirely basing Lima Bowie entire leadership ability solely on a project that she was an activist. No. If you check Lima Bowie accolades, she has so many other criteria. She was working, she was financially stable before she won Peace Prize. That's what I'm arguing today.
All right, thank you. Now you can go ahead with your question.
All right. Just to continue from where I stopped, I think my opponent has ended the debate because he said people should be paid. And the fact that he acknowledged that people should be paid, it shows that you already in accordance with me. So my question here today is, if volunteer leaders fails to meet a deadline or misses a critical meeting, what contractual leverage do we have to hold them accountable compared to paid professionals?
Yeah, Honorable Judge, please allow the brother to reread his question. I think he was stumbling in the question. Please reread, sirs, for clarity.
Okay. Timekeeper, just keep the time as it is. Can you please read your question again? But please,
right.
can you please be attentive as to avoid the repetition of the question, please? Go ahead, repeat your question.
Okay. My question was loud and clear, and I said, As far as my opponents are acknowledged that leaders should be paid, I will also stand in agreement with him because you agree to my point that leaders should be paid. And if leaders are being paid, if a volunteer fails to meet a deadline or misses a critical meeting, what contractual leverage do we have over them compared to a paid professional? That's my question.
Yeah, so before I respond to your question again, let me tell you that you are kind of missing the proposition. The proposition is not about whether leaders should be paid or they should not be paid. We are talking about which one demonstrates leadership commitment. You keep going, you are becoming too inconsistent with the proposition. So once as a volunteer, you take up a responsibility, you must show up no matter what. So it doesn't mean that people can hold you accountable because you are volunteering. I'm a volunteer student leader. That does not mean I'm a boss, the president of LSUIC, but I'm volunteering. It's completely contradictory, comrade.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can go ahead with your question. Team Xuzhou.
Okay, thank you very much. So as per statistics, Africa accounts for a very huge percentage, 58.5% of its working age population are volunteer. One of the most volunteering regions is Africa. But then when we look at work governance indicators, we often see that they underperform. So how can you also justify that in your argument against the proposition?
Exactly, comrade. Exactly. They underperform because they are volunteer. Exactly. How you don't get this point? How does my opponent doesn't get it? The reason I'm saying today, the reason people fail to meet that requirement, they fail to meet that deadline, is because they are volunteering. They don't get paid from this. And the best way to get an effective leadership is when you financially compensate those who are working. They cannot give their all if they are not being financially compensated. How you don't get this, comrade?
Thank you. You can now go ahead with your third question.
At this point, it's coming to hear the comment debate. But I'll go ahead with my question again. Can we realistically expect to run a global hospital system or a national government solely on the spare time of volunteer? Or does that require a professional incentives commitment?
Yeah, so I would take my time to answer this AI generated question, And so I actually asked that question to bring you into context because you fail to understand that the issue of people poorly performing is not because they are volunteer. Poor performance comes along with different factors. There are contingency theory, situational leadership. There are external factors that contribute to that. So the fact that I say that people should be paid does not mean that I'm validating your argument. So people can be paid, but it does not mean that we're measuring that commitment to leadership. It should only be on the basis of payment.
Time. Debaters, please monitor the time. Please monitor the time. Yeah, so we go with the last question. Team Xuzhou, your last question.
Okay, thank you very much. I always want to bring this argument into context again. So since we are in Asia, let me call in Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi, who is noted for the Indian martyr, the politics of renunciation, a man who refused to work because he wanted to prove the arrogance of the British in India at the time, is being remembered as one of the most respected leaders in the history of India. But yet you advocate, I mean, you are here preaching that to leadership. How can you justify Mahatma Gandhi?
Time. Respond, please.
Okay. As I said, and I'll continue to say, those who volunteer, they don't volunteer solely and entirely on the basis of volunteerism. They are already well known, like Lema Bowie, like Mahatma Gandhi, like George Washington, like Martin Luther King. They all had careers, they all had things doing, and then they volunteer. You cannot be an effective leader solely on volunteerism. No, you have to have a career, a means of provision for your family.
Go ahead with your last question, Team Wenzhou. Your last question, please.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Josh. And then my last question to my colleague. Isn't it true that financial incentives allow us to select the most talented leader based on merit rather than the most available leader based on their bank account? Because you cannot entirely judge a person based on their bank account and then you judge them, their leadership ability.
Yeah, so it seems that the comrade is confused between selection and commitment. You can't say selecting is the same as commitment. The proposition is clear. Leadership commitment. So whatsoever tools you are going to use to select can also be used as a metric for measuring leadership commitment. So you talk about using people's bank account to select. If you base selection on the basis of people's bank account, it's far different from what the proposition is saying. Leadership commitment, is it best demonstrated through voluntary service or financial incentive? That's the proposition. You're rushing to win a debate?
Yeah, Judge. Honorable Head Judge.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
At this time, I'm going to turn off the sharing screen, and Josh Tyler is going to share the timer. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So maybe a minute or less. Tyler, if you are there, can you please share your screen for the time? Why are we doing? What? Yeah.
I can do that because I'm not on my computer.
Okay. Any of the court judges, if you are with a computer, can you please just share the time for us, please?
I'm actually watching the game from my phone, not my computer, so it's kind of challenging to do so.
Okay, let's move on. The door is back. It's okay, let's move.
Proceed. I think Honorable Tyler is getting prepared to take over.
So we move forward. We move exactly to the reporter speeches, and that will be done by our first speaker. That is the pro team, Team Xuzhou, if you are there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Honorable George. And I want to clearly emphasize on something very key. I listened to my opponent talking about the issue of voluntary equals commitment. And I strongly want to say that we describe that particular idea, that it is based on the issue of being emotionally strong but factually weak. But however, let me say this for the record, that emotion is not evidence. And as a reporter from Team Xuzhou, I kept a few points from my opponent when he talked about those who volunteer are people who are financially strong, are people who they are worthy enough. Then I also want to carry you back, because a few years ago in 2015, when a little boy named Abraham Keita won the International Children Peace Prize. So I still finding it difficult between them who volunteer his services to lead a campaign on the basis that children's rights should be protected. You are telling us that Abraham Keita was strongly worthy enough. He received a financial gain, his idea that he was purporting on the basis that children's rights should be protected and respected globally. It is on the basis of being financially strong. That contradicts the first part. And I also want to emphasize on something very key that my colleague also made reference to. A very simple, the International Labour Organization published on average a statistic quoting the 2026 State of the World Volunteerism Report. It actually states that 2.1 billion people engage into voluntary work monthly. And when you look at this report, they actually talk about a massive proportion of people are willing to give up their time without financial compensation. This is what we call ranging from civil engagement, reinforcing value of community and responsibility, leading to a point of a shared purpose. Today, on a scale, let's contextualize this particular report. It demonstrates that volunteerism is a credible and powerful expression of commitment, with Africa leading the race. I also want to quote Phil Jonan. According to the Jamaica Journal, published an article in June 2022, it actually stated that leadership commitment shall practice through voluntary service as it fosters essential motivation and genuine dedication without reliance on monitoring policy or monitoring reward. This is an example that you can equate to LSUIC currently. And I also want to make reference to something very key that my first speaker also threw light on, the issue of Muhammad Gandhi. Let's look at something very key. History has proven that leaders who choose to serve voluntarily send a powerful message of trustworthiness. Today, our opponent is telling us that the only way you can volunteer except you be financially strong. Few years back in 2019, when I won the election as the national speaker of the Liberian Children's Parliament, I proposed in 2020 to the UN Plaza at the United Nations Children's Assembly that was held, including a combination of the June 16th. Right at the UN Plaza on 3rd Street, I proposed the formation and the crafting on the issue of children should not be tried in the same court as adults. Today, there is a court established for children in Liberia. It was recently launched in 2025, which of course that the government of Liberia saw is very interesting. Was I wanted enough to lead that particular protest? In 2020, I also suggested, and because of my advocacy, SOS Children Villages Liberia in Switzerland, including the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, nominated me for the International Children Peace Prize Award. Are you equating that on the basis of being financially strong? This is something that my opponent is lacking. Let's look at something very key. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison fighting the apartheid. No salary, no promise of financial reward. Only on the basis of sacrifice. This is called leadership commitment. The issue of Muhammad Gandhi, who led millions in India independence, struggled without financial incentives. This is on the basis of trustworthiness, leading a path for greater good. And Muhammad Gandhi also said something very key, and I like to quote. He said the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service for others. This is leadership commitment, not on the basis of compensation. I also want to make reference to Martin Luther King, who raised his life for justice, organizing peaceful protests during the U.S. Civil Rights Movement. This is a leadership by commitment, not by leadership by financial incentives. I also listened to my opponent. When my opponent was responding to my first speaker, he said Lehman Brothers was financially stable before winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Clearly, can you demonstrate on this platform Lehman Brothers' net worth at the time before winning the Nobel Peace Prize? That is something that you ask AI, I will never give you the answer. So on this basis, we are telling you, in short, that a 2023 U.S. survey report by Human Pew, it's a leading voluntary international institution in the U.S. It said 55% of volunteers were driven to serve by impactful projects, by helping others. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our first speaker for that doctor speech. Now we move to Team Wenzhou.
Okay. Can I go ahead, sir?
Sure, you can go ahead.
Panel of judges, my opponents, and my fellow teammates. In a time where the struggle for financial support is at its peak and every man is expected to be reached at the age of 25 to 30, it is sad to hear my opponent saying that a man should give all his skill, his talent to the society without getting a financial benefit from it. While other people are using their own skill and talent to get rich and get a financial standing that can back them in the future. A society that doesn't care about you or your skill once you don't have a financial standing you expect a breadwinner, somebody that's supposed to be supporting their family, somebody that's supposed to sustain their family, should give her their right, or should give her their support, their skill, just in the name of giving back to society. It's so sad. My opponents don't even understand the whole topic. We speak of financial incentive. You're speaking of financial incentive, and you are only talking about the cash that people will lay in your hands. If the organization is to send you to school, they paying for that school. Or if they're supposed to send you to a program, they're paying for that program. Isn't that a financial incentive? You speak of Nelson Mandela, you speak of Martin Luther King. If Martin Luther King, they didn't have any financial standpoint, how they didn't wear all of those coat suits to go and protest? How he had that opportunity? You're mistaking the fact that being financially strong, which means you should be a billionaire or you should be a trillionaire. That is not the fact. You should understand that all of these guys that you talk about, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, Lyman Bowie, all of them, they have people that were supporting them financially. Not because you are not working, so which means people are not supporting you. Even the organization, they give you the opportunity to get health insurance. That's how it should be. You cannot be taking, you don't expect me to commit myself to an organization that don't even sustain me. That's what my colleague is talking about sustainability, and they don't even understand anything that the company is saying. How can just working and not getting paid, not getting any incentive can help you as a leader? How will you pay a way to go for meetings? Isn't that financial incentive? The fact that my opponents don't even understand the word incentive. You are even giving the opportunity to pick your side. But yet the first speaker came here, he read a whole paragraph to us because he already knew why he researched and AI has already given him things. My brother, let me just prove you on that fact. You shouldn't depend on AI always. This platform, especially this quarterfinal, was given so that we can express ourselves through the truth. Not to come and tell us, say, oh, because Lira Bowie or because Martin Luther King or Nelson Mandela won Peace Prize Award or Nobel Peace Award, so which means they didn't have any financial bargain. Volunteerism comes with a lot of responsibility. If you don't know, if you don't have financial incentive to back you, you can never achieve or go through with that responsibility. You speak about how Nelson Mandela supported his program. Nelson Mandela web supported him strongly, financially. All of these people you talk about, they have people that are supporting them. Even you talk about a child that won a Peace Prize Award. Talking about a child who their parents are supporting them. You want to compare them with someone that has family. I mean, I don't want to get too emotional, but I mean that's so low of thinking. Like I rightfully stated, volunteerism comes with a lot of responsibility. If you don't have those financial incentives, if you don't empower yourself, if that organization is not able to help you gain extra knowledge, then it's not good for you, and you cannot be sustainable in that position. Any organization or any work that comes for you and say they want to pay you something that will sustain you, you are going to go for it. And that's not commitment. So financial incentive is very crucial in helping a volunteer to be committed to his or her purpose. Thank you so much.
You guys hear me, right?
Yes, we are hearing you, George.
I think you guys hear me. I'm trying to use my other phone to be able to share the time.
Aaron, I just muted you. The other device, the audio need to be turned off. Oh, no, Do is back, so just continue the game. Josh, Aaron?
Hello, I was muted. Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead. The other device, please turn off the audio, the other device.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we move to our cross-examination, which will last for 6 minutes. And team Xuzhou, if you are there, the pro team, you can go ahead with your first question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Judge. I think we listened to the second speaker from my opponent's side, and he said he's going emotional. And I like to say that emotion is not evidence. So we should come to our intellectual center with facts that we can be able to present for our audience to digest. But however, comrade, don't go emotional. Always present facts. So my question is that you said Nelson Mandela Web supported him financially. Can you reference also a link that we can read, an authentic link to prove that claim? That Nelson Mandela Web supported him financially to lead the apartheid struggle in South Africa.
Can I go ahead, sir?
Of course.
My opponent speak of link and he's speaking of evidence when he hasn't presented any piece of evidence of everything he said. Nonetheless, my point is Nelson Mandela or Martin Luther King, all of these guys had people that were supporting them, even if it wasn't announced or exposed in any blog. But the point is, they have people that were supporting them financially. Thank you so much.
Go ahead with the question, Team Wenzhou.
Okay, so my opponent is saying that you can volunteer and then you don't expect any pay. So my question is, how do you expect a person who is living to borrow to volunteer with an organization that is established or that's situated in Singapore? How do you expect them to pay their way or to transport themselves if they don't have financial backing?
Thank you, Honorable Judge. Thank you. So my opponent is talking about how do you expect someone who lives to borrow and going in time, and then how can they pay their way? So something that we should understand. My witness is not behind the ocean. The president of Wuhan can bear me witness. I serve as a national speaker of the Liberian Children's Parliament in Liberia, institution established by the Liberian National Legislature from 2019 to 2021. I never received a dime, but I run the institution for 2 years, leading protests, leading institutional policy in Liberia.
Go ahead with the second question, Team Xuzhou.
Thank you so much. So I listened to my opponent also when he made reference to Lehman Bowie. Then I also like to bring him back because when you say something on this platform, you will be held accountable intellectually. So you talk about Lehman Bowie was supported by organizations to at least stage on most of these protests or most of these things that she brought to the spotlight and enabled her to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Can you give us a reference of any institution that supported Lehman Bowie in her struggle that made her to win the Nobel Peace Prize?
Can I go ahead, sir?
Of course, yes.
Okay. So my opponent speak of institution, and it proves that he's not even listening. He's just making research, asking AI. I said that Lehman Bowie and others, they had people that even if it wasn't announcing a blog, they had people that were backing them financially. I didn't state about institution or any personal someone that was backing them. I said that they have people that was backing them financially. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, you were big. Probably the last response was not too clear. but I hope you can get better in the question. You can go ahead and ask your second question, Team Wenzhou.
Okay. Okay. So my opponents already stated that he used to walk. He used to walk, or he didn't have any pay from whatsoever institution you are working with. So are you prescribing that a person that's supposed to feed their family, that's supposed to cater to their children's school, that's supposed to improve themselves, even if they will keep volunteering, are you insisting that that person should keep working and not expecting or getting any financial incentive just because they want to volunteer?
Team Xuzhou, you can respond.
Thank you so much. So that is why on the basis that we are saying that leadership commitment, we're talking about the demonstration of leadership commitment. So our argument is based on the issue of voluntary service. So we are not concerned about whether they take money from in someone's pocket or not. Our argument on leadership commitment. So what is leadership commitment? How does someone be able to demonstrate that excellence in leadership? It's by trustworthiness. It is by self-esteem. It's by integrity. It's not on the basis of financial incentives, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Team Xuzhou. Can you go ahead with your third question?
Yes, sir. So my opponent is talking about leadership commitment when it can only be valid on the basis of monetary compensation. So how do you explain the idea, the unparalleled commitment without financial incentive that Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi led that made them to be widely known in terms of the voluntary services that help millions of people? How do you demonstrate? How do you explain that?
Sorry, Judge, can comment, please? We need to wait on the question, please. I didn't get it clearly.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you are talking about leadership commitment is only validated through monetary compensation. That is your argument for tonight. So I'm asking you to actually explain to us, or how do you justify this? The unparalleled commitment without financial incentives that was demonstrated that helped millions of people that Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi led. How do you justify that?
Can I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead with the response.
Okay, so first, the comment is directing the whole topic to a whole different understanding. We are speaking of financial incentive and you're speaking of monetary compensation. That's two different things. And I can provide you this fact if you give me proof that all of these guys that you mentioned were working to go to those protests, or they didn't have any financial backing.
Time. Go ahead with your third question. Team Wenzhou.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Go ahead with the question.
Okay, so it's clear that my opponent is not even answering all of the questions, so I'm just going to go straight with my point. First day, you should understand that financial incentive, if you are to be a leader, you should have backing, and those backing come with financial incentive. How will you improve yourself if you don't have financial incentive from those organizations or other institutions that are backing you? It's impossible.
Team Xuzhou?
Thank you, Honorable Head Judge. So it seems that my opponent question finished already, so he's now making statement. But however, let me also respond to your statement. When we talk about leadership commitment, it's not only based on the issue of monetary compensation. So you say monetary compensation is also different from financial incentive. Then I still wonder how the research was done between many of you guys that come on the platform tonight and say monetary compensation is different from the issue of financial incentives. But I tell you, there are many institutions in Liberia that operate without financial incentives.
Okay, so now we'll take the last question from Team Xuzhou. Xuzhou, can you go ahead with your last question, please? Team Xuzhou, we are not hearing
Xuzhou, you're muted.
You are muted. Team Xuzhou, we are not hearing
My
you.
opponent also talked about how long can a voluntary service last. So I also want to also drag something very key. In 2011, under former President Eddie Johnson Sirleaf, the National Children's Forum was established by law, and that institution is still in existence without financial support, without budgetary allocation. So how do you justify that institution rendering voluntary services that's speaking about SGBV in Liberia with being financially incentive or maybe getting financial incentives from other partners?
Team Wenzhou?
Yes, sir. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the fact that I have myself here, I have an organization that I run and I call it a non-for-profit organization. You should know that that is just a name from the surface. We have institutions, we have people that are supporting us financially. So we tell me that it's just voluntary and they don't have any other extra incentive that will support their work.
All right, you can go ahead with your final question, Team Wenzhou.
Okay, thank you so much. So, my comrade is just reiterating everything here. Financial incentive can go with school fees. If your organization send you to school, that's a financial incentive. Monetary compensation come with you only being handed the cash or being wired a cash. So if you don't understand, if you don't understand it, you should try and go do research on it. Thank you.
Team Xuzhou, was that a question? Team Xuzhou.
Yes, sir. So it still sounds laughable because my opponent is still missing the place because we are talking about questions and you are making comments. So I think in your last rebuttal, maybe you can be able to ask some questions to me and then I can be able to respond. However, so based on our idea tonight, we believe strongly that voluntary service lead to high expectation or high instinct of leadership commitment. And that is why my first speaker and we have been able to demonstrate tonight excellently. And I'm going to send you some link that will be able to support some of our information tonight that we have provided. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was the grand crossfire from the two rebuttal speakers. Now we move to summary speeches. That will be the first summary speech will come from Team Xuzhou. Team Xuzhou, if you're there. The first speaker summary speech, Team Xuzhou.
I'm here, sir. I'm here.
Yeah, so if you are ready, go ahead.
Yeah, so before I go into presenting my summary speech, let me quickly make this statement that, I sat and I listened to my opponents making a lot of kind of remark that has the propensity of degenerating this platform into something else. And, those statements of telling your opponent that he's low in thinking, accusing him of this, we are constrained. We can be very radical and robust in our presentation, but we are constrained. Yeah, we are constrained. As leaders, we are constrained, and we must protect the sanity of not just the platform, but the sanity of the entire institution to which we all belong. So just a caution to the brothers that we very radical and robust. And it's just kind of surprising that the judge were not in the position to call them to order.
Team Xuzhou,
so when one can bring you the ability to stand and speak over hours, they are going to do so.
Team Xuzhou, yes, you are muted. The timekeeper.
Are you getting me, sir?
Yeah, you are muted.
Are you getting me, sir?
Yeah, so you just hold on a little bit. Timekeeper, the time is not moving. And before we proceed with the time, Xuzhou, just go ahead with your final focus speech. Leave the aspect of your opponent to the judges. Thank you. So, timekeeper, are you there? Yes, Xuzhou, you can go ahead. You can proceed.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we all have a responsibility to ensure that intellectual civility is the baseline, non-compromising baseline for engaging in the discourse.
Honorable Judge.
So going forward,
Honorable Judge.
Yeah, Xuzhou, hold on a little bit. Yeah, confidence though.
Are we still in the, is Team Xuzhou still allowed to give complaints, or we can start their time for their summary speech? Because I'm confused.
No, we are going to Team Xuzhou. I repeat again. I was saying go straight to your summary speech, please. Leave the aspect
yes,
of
sir, I'm
your,
here.
yeah, leave that aspect to the judges. I think I was clear.
Oh. All right, sorry, restart the time.
Yeah, so your timer starts now.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Yeah, so I was saying our argument is directed towards the proposition. And the proposition states that leadership commitment is best demonstrated through voluntary service rather than financial incentive. And this is the proposition we have come this evening to defend and affirm. When I've stated that our argument is not basically restricted to the fact that leaders cannot be paid or to be unpaid. And then the Kwame went ahead and crowned himself the champion of the 2026 inter-city debate. So I'm saying that the proposition did not say whether leaders should be paid or should not be paid. The proposition is concerned with which metric is best in terms of determining leadership commitment. And that is why we have come to put forth before you that the best metric is voluntary service. Because if an individual's commitment to an institution is tied to financial reward, what becomes of that individual if the institution is having to the financial task? How can you determine that commitment? We say no. They also argue on the basis of sustainability. It's a completely intellectually lazy one. For the fact that this institution to which we belong came into existence since 2006, yet the leaders do not receive any financial incentive from the union. Yet the union is still being sustained up to today, almost 20 years of existence. We are still pushing. It validates our argument that leaders have been committed to the cause of keeping this institution alive, not on the basis of the financial incentive that they have been getting. I'm serving as a volunteer student leader. My commitment to my job is not on the basis of the financial incentive that I receive from the national leadership. It's on the basis of the passion, the intrinsic factor that motivates me to continue serving this institution. And that is going to ensure that LSUIC will be sustained. They argue that Lehman Bowie was working, she generated funds. But in terms of Lehman Bowie's advocacy to that particular cause, was Lehman Bowie being compensated? The answer is no. Lehman Bowie did that on the basis of voluntarism. Our leader, mentor, and teacher in Nelson Rolihlahla Madiba Mandela committed himself to the struggle against our party, not because the ANC were paying him. There is no record historically to prove that Mandela was on a payroll from the ANC. Fidel Castro left Cuba to support the communists in Angola in the Battle of Puerto Canaveral, where they defeated the apartheid regime. It was not because the ANC or Nkuntu, we seized with the arm wing of the ANC, that Fidel Castro was assisting, were paying Fidel Castro. There was no financial incentive given to Fidel Castro with respect to that cause. We are not saying that other Fidel Castro was financially unstable. No, but with respect to the struggle against apartheid, there was no compensation. So when we say that leadership commitment is best demonstrated through voluntary service and not financial incentive, we are speaking to the fact that motivation comes from an intrinsic factor. It comes from within. It is not attached to external reward. Because the fact remains that when you remove compensation, that person who was committed will no longer be committed. So the best way, the most favorable, the most superior metric to use to measure an individual commitment to leadership is voluntary service. How well he commit himself
in a time of financial catastrophe, when the institution does not have the finance to pay them? How committed would that individual be, or would those employees be? That's how you measure of leadership commitment, not on the basis of what the institution have to give. And that particular motive have been driving us for centuries, where we always look to what we get from people before we can see it, from institution before we can enter into it. And that will take us nowhere. It's the most backward, retrogressive, and archaic method to think that your commitment to leadership should be based on financial incentive. If the concept was right, then today our participation in this discourse would have been through different platforms, not through LSUIC. Because long time in history, LSUIC would have been swept into the annals of history because they talk about sustainability. How is this institution being sustained, even though that leaders are not being financially compensated?
All right, time. We move to Team Wenzhou. Team Wenzhou.
Okay, Honorable Josh, thank you for giving me the time.
Yeah, sure, proceed.
All right. The opposition today, they have printed a utopian analysis, one which does not exist, and if it ever exists there, is not sustainable, Honorable Josh. And the fact that my colleague said that people should be paid, it just underlines the factor that you cannot volunteer. How long can you volunteer? You cannot volunteer for the rest of your life without any financial incentive. And my teammate try to make it clear to the guy that financial incentive cannot only be by cash, but it can come in some form of reward. Like, take for instance, the organization funding your trip to Asia. Is that not finance? Do you need them to wire money to you first before you consider that as financial incentive, colleague? It actually breaks my heart. You reference LSUIC. Do you know that the reason why the leadership or the union is at this point today is because there's no financial incentive? Do you know that if people are taking pay today, do you know how far the union could have gone?
You are muted.
It's very sad. It's very sad to hear this kind of an argument. And then the colleague is referencing Martin Luther King, MLK, and Gandhi. Do you know that Martin Luther King was a doctor? Why do you call him Martin Luther King? Because he earned his doctorate degree from Boston University. Do you think he was a low-class person? Do you think he was an ordinary person? Can you compare Martin Luther King with an acquaintance from Lower Canada in terms of volunteerism? Do you think they will reach the same amount of audience? Because you have to add value to yourself, and you have to have value that when you stand before people, they will acknowledge your presence. Secondly, you mentioned Nelson Mandela. Do you know that Nelson Mandela was born into the royal family in South Africa, Johannesburg? Do you think Martin Luther King was an ordinary person from nowhere? He's a lawyer. Aside from that, aside from you knowing him as an activist, he was a seasoned lawyer, a very inclined one, not an ordinary person. Same with MLK. He got his doctorate degree from Boston University. These things are not, you don't get those accolades on volunteerism. He didn't go to school on the basis of, okay, please help me. He earned those spots. And those spots were funded by finance. You cannot get to some point in life if you're not financially supported. And if you're financially supported, you get to those points, you do things in return for finance. That's the simple business analysis. Business for profit. You achieve this to get this. So don't reference people you know little or nothing about. Lema Bowie. Lema Bowie is an ox. She's a distinguished colleague at Columbia University. So don't say because I don't reference Lema Bowie as a billionaire, it doesn't mean that she doesn't have any form of network. No, even you that on the platform today, you have a network. You have something that you value, not because it's not in $1 million or $1 billion, it doesn't mean you're worthless. No. Don't ask me to reference on net worth. Has kept to say Lema Bowie is just somebody who cannot afford. No, she can afford. So don't reference on monetary net worth because it's absolutely wrong. You cannot base your entire debate on Lema Bowie's net worth. That's wrong. Those people have actually they had things that complex to that need. And you mentioned the Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel Peace Prize has a financial package associated with it. If you win the Nobel Peace Prize, you get a finance bonus. It's not free. That's what I want you to know. They might tell you, they might pin the pictures on you, I'm doing it because I have love for the struggle. Absolutely not. There's always an underlying financial incentive. And once you are reverend, you came to the point that you reference that people should be paid. It actually ended the whole debate. I'm so sad that we are still here and then we're still holding and pulling. It's actually sad. Accountability, how can you demand something from somebody you're not getting paid? They show up whenever they want to show up. They do whatever they want to do because you don't have a financial leverage or a financial agreement over them. That's what I'm keep saying. A complete reference is from my city. My city don't have a fully functioning and structural leadership because leadership in my city is volunteerism. And I guarantee you, if we are being paid to serve at LSUIC leaders, we could have been flooded with people who wanted to lead. But because there's no financial incentive, people don't turn up, they don't give their best. So your tactics try to define the topic. The topic is defined in the debate, and at the moment you acknowledge that people should be paid. So I'm actually sad today, but I will stop here for time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you so much. That was the summary speeches from our two. That was the summary speeches from our two speakers. Now we will move to the grand cross-examination. In this section, we'll go for 8 minutes. We will be giving the opportunity to both teams. You can ask your question and you give your opponent chance to react or respond to your question. Please avoid the use of languages that are not accepted and know that the judges are listening. So you hold yourself accountable for words or phrases that you will use on your opponent that are not actually acceptable. So we'll move to the pro team, that is Xuzhou. You will start with your first question and you give your opponent the time to respond. Team Xuzhou.
You know, the opponent keep escaping the context. We are not arguing on whether these activists have profession. We are arguing on context. We talk about financial incentive. Just to validate your argument, tell us how much was Demand Bowie paid for her activism, doing her activism, how much dollars she was being paid annually for her activism. Because you argue that it was not free, it was not voluntary. So tell us how much she was paid financially.
No. Can I go ahead, George? Is the judge there?
You may proceed.
Okay.
Proceed.
The colleague, yeah, you are totally, you are on a wrong boat, honestly, comrade. And I feel sorry you don't, at this point of the debate, you still don't get my argument. I'm telling you that people will not volunteer if they don't have any other financial incentive. That's what I'm saying. And the best of us will also not volunteer if there is not any financial incentive with that volunteerism. You cannot get the best of people on the basis of volunteerism.
Okay, you can go ahead with the first question, Team Wenzhou.
Okay. So now that I'll show you that Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, Lemon Bowie, they all have finance, they all have careers outside of their activism. And they wouldn't be voluntary if that was their only means of income. Do you acknowledge the fact that you cannot hold people accountable if you are not giving them a financial benefit? Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, so thank you very much. You know, the issue of holding people accountable is not limited to whether you gave them financial benefit. That's what I'm saying. So that argument is wrong. To say that you can only hold people accountable if you pay them is wrong. I brought it into context with LSUIC. You have the right to hold your president accountable. Or every member of LSUIC have the right to hold the president accountable, despite the fact that the union is not paying him. You have the right. So why you want to tie accountability to salary or financial incentive? The argument is completely wrong.
Team Xuzhou, go ahead with your second question. Proceed with your second question.
Thank you, Honorable Judge. I listened to my opponent. He said, you cannot get the best out of people on the basis of voluntarism. Then I want to drag it to something very closer. I sent a link in the comment section. The former Solicitor General, Councillor Nancy Tuan, the former Solicitor General at the time, when I was leading the Children's Parliament, I demanded that that former Solicitor General face the court and face justice for hitting 3 children that were involved into accident, and he was demanding that, oh yes, indeed, he cannot be able to go to court because he's a government official. Check the report.
Team Wenzhou.
I don't know if there is a question, or I don't even know what is this. Is this glory seeking or what? What is this? Should we check the comment section? Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes. Just respond. Be it not a question, you just respond.
Okay. I don't know what my opponent want me to say. You said check the comment. Okay, we'll check the comment. But what I'm saying to you is the best of the best leaders are a combination of passion and financial incentive. That's the entire argument here today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So let me just clarify things again. If it's not a question, you just respond. If it is a statement, don't make us to know that, okay, this is not a question. Judges are watching for questions. There's a question in answer section. So if the opponent doesn't ask a question, just respond probably to his statement or what he said. Thank you. So we move to Wenzhou for your second question.
Okay. So, second question. If voluntary service is the best demonstration of commitment, are you saying that leaders who are paid are less committed?
You done with the question? Okay, yeah, go ahead,
Yes, sir.
Team Xuzhou, with your response.
Yeah. So, yes, it's not about whether leaders who are paid are less committed or not. We stand firm that the best way to measure leadership commitment is through voluntary service, because when you pay people, it means that they are only committed with respect to what you give them. Once you remove that financial benefit, their commitment is gone. So the best way is to file money. Then you can determine whether that individual is committed. So the issue whether you pay people or not, voluntarism is the best way to determine whether a individual is committed.
Fine. Yeah, so you can go ahead, Team Xuzhou, with your question. Team Xuzhou, your question, please.
Yeah. So if you argue that financial incentive is the best way to demonstrate leadership commitment, how are you going to determine whether an individual will be committed in the absence of finance, or when the institution runs out of finance where you no longer have the ability to pay the employees? How are you going to determine whether they will still be committed to leadership?
Yes.
Team Wenzhou,
but if you look at our topic here today, we don't need to get to the point where we have to move finance out of the equation. Because I'm the Congo debate, I'm telling you that leadership commitment is best demonstrated through voluntary services rather than financial incentive. I'm calling to this argument. So I'm telling you that if there is no way in which financial incentive should be removed out of leadership ability, because you can get the best of the best leader through financial incentive. I'm not saying otherwise.
Yeah, Wenzhou, go ahead with your question.
Okay, thank you. My question is, can you give me a comparative analysis between an individual who is careerless, they don't have money, they don't have job, no other professional trade, nothing. How can you compare this individual with our audience comparing to Martin Luther King, who had a doctorate degree from Boston University? He was a preacher. He had people under his domain. He had people that he personally volunteered his finance towards them. Give me a comparison analysis and tell me that they both will draw the same amount of influence.
But the case of Martin Luther that you reference, you talk about, you keep many profession. In the civil rights movement, to which Martin Luther King is best known for, in that movement, Martin Luther King was not given any financial incentive. That is the argument. In the civil rights movement, there was no financial incentive given to Martin Luther King. We are not arguing on his profession, his degree in God from Boston. That's not the argument. We are talking about whether his commitment to the civil rights movement was dependent on the financial incentive. The answer is no. It was dependent on his commitment to labor.
Okay, you can go ahead with your question. Team Xuzhou, go ahead with your question, please.
Thank you. So my question is that how do you respond to this argument that financial incentives may attract people to leadership positions for the wrong reason, whereas voluntary service attract leaders with a deep commitment to a cause?
Team Wenzhou.
Yes, sir.
Your response.
Okay, so the first thing you should know that you are not using financial incentive to draw a leader. You are using it to sustain that leader. So you telling me that you using financial incentive to draw a leader, you are taking the wrong way. You shouldn't take that way. It's rather volunteering and sustaining the person through the financial incentive. That is what financial incentive is meant for, to sustain that person with the passion. You cannot be using your passion and then you are not being sustained with it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Wenzhou, go ahead with your question.
Okay, so my comrade is saying that in exception to Martin Luther King degree and whatsoever, we should focus on the fact that the revolution that he was running wasn't paying. So are you telling us that those who don't have degree and don't have money to sustain themselves, they cannot be a committed leader through volunteerism? That's my question.
The question is just another of what we argue on. So in the absence of all those things you listed, an individual can still be a committed leader through voluntary services. He does not have to come with a degree to volunteer. He does not have to come with a fat bank account to volunteer. All it takes is simple passion, consistency, and his ability to stand turbulent time, even in the absence of finance. That is leadership commitment. It is not based on the degree you come to service with. It is not based on that.
All right, Team Xuzhou, go ahead with your last question. Team Xuzhou, go ahead with your last question, please.
Yeah, so let me bring this again into context. Since you argue on the issue of accountability, in our own institution here, no one is receiving any financial incentive. We are not receiving financial incentive. Although you argue that institution can pay your way to go Asia and Africa, no, institution ain't pay my way to go anywhere yet. So how can you argue that we are not committed since we are not receiving financial incentive?
All right. Thank you very much. So your personal dealings cannot be generalized for the entire populace. How can you assure us that you didn't get any benefit from your position you serve as leader? How do we know this is true? And for your famous argument, you keep referencing MLK. I want to dismantle this MLK perception. Martin Luther King received over 50,000 for the Nobel Peace Prize. You know that?
All right, time. Thank you so much to the two teams for the grand cross examination. And now we will move to the final part of our debate for tonight. We will start with the second speaker from the pro team, that is Team Xuzhou, for the final focus speech. Team Xuzhou.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much. And I want to draw something very quickly before I can be able to conclude when my opponent talked about the money that Martin Luther King received. So our argument is that what led Martin Luther King to that particular award, or what led Lima Bowie to that particular award? Was it that because of the money that she received that you are talking about? So that is on the basis of voluntary service that we are putting. The action that led them to that particular height that you are discussing is based on the issue of voluntary service. It's not based on the issue of money, and there was no financial incentives provided that made Lehman Bowie to gather women at the Liberian legislature demanding the step down of Joshua Dua at the time when he was Speaker of the Liberian legislature. There were no financial incentives given at the time, so you have to check it again. And I also want to go quickly to something when you talk about the issue of people who come to the issue, people who do voluntary service are people who are worthy enough. Then I made reference and I sent the link in the chat room on Abraham Keita, who came from nowhere in the slum community of West Point. And he went all the way to Newfoundland, winning the International Children Peace Prize. I sent the link also so you can be able to read it as well. And then also, I also want to give a reference to the 2023 survey report that talk about the human appeal, a leading institution in the United States of America. Through that report, this particular data characterized the fact that 55% of volunteers were driven by a desire to help others and have a positive impact, while 56% started helping the community as a primary motive. So this is what we call leadership commitment. It's not on the basis of financial compensation. It's not on the basis of monetary value. It's not on the basis of what we receive, but it's on the basis of trust. It's on the basis of trustworthiness. It's on the basis of bringing integrity to our institution. So I also want to make reference to the same survey. It says that shown a 28% of respondents support healthcare initiative, playing a vital role improving in the U.S. healthcare service. Look at today, during the heat of the COVID-19, most of our brothers and sisters in Liberia who led a voluntary struggle, presenting some rice, presenting some hand sanitizer, presenting some materials to people, giving them the information, people who are leading the fight against rape in Liberia, people who are leading the fight against LGBT in Liberia. It's not on the basis of financial incentive. They are not wanting an award. They are doing it based on the issue of commitment, how valuable a leader can be without putting the issue of financial incentive before any part. So another thing again, I also want to make reference to a 2016 survey report, a quote, and I say that 92% of respondents agree that volunteering improve professional and leadership skill. So they did not say financial incentive improve professional skill or leadership skill. They are telling you that volunteerism improve. And I also send the link so that you can also read it as well for reference. So I want to quote something very key from LinkedIn, a professional online institution. LinkedIn report that 41% of professionals view volunteerism as value experience, and 20% of hiring managers today have made their hiring decision based on voluntary experience. It's not on the basis of financial incentive. It's not on the basis of how financially worthy you are, but it's on the basis of financial experience. So this is something you have to see. And that particular report, in a contextualized analysis, it demonstrates how volunteering translates directly into leadership and career outcomes. I tell you today, most of our brothers and sisters who are serving as leaders in their respective cities in LSUIC, they are not doing it on the basis of financial incentives. They are not doing it because LSUIC as an institution have not paid them. but they are doing it on the basis of leadership to the people. How trustworthy we can be? How can we transform LSUIC to another level? This is on the basis of voluntary acts. So I also want to make reference to something. A systemic review found that 86% of study report a significant positive relationship between voluntary and job satisfaction. It's not on the basis of financial incentive and job satisfaction, but voluntary and job satisfaction. And this is something very key. Also, voluntary improve job performance. Most of our institutions today, because of voluntary service, we are able to align those issues. Because of voluntary service, today we can be able to say we can boast of some courts in Liberia. Today, because of voluntary service, we can have all cases in Liberia when it comes to rape, when it comes to SGBV, when it comes to child labor, when it comes to street child selling. All of these cases are because of voluntary act. It is not because of financial incentive. So before I conclude, I also want to make reference to, according to the 2025 National Valuation of the Volunteer Time in the U.S., recent estimate shows that former volunteers contribute to $34.79 per hour, roughly $4.99 billion. So see the kind of work that voluntary act is providing. It's not on the basis of money, it's on the basis of financial services. That is how it's calculated on hour.
Okay,
Thank you.
time. All right, that is Team Xuzhou, the pro second speaker. We now move to Team Wenzhou for the Con second speaker summary speech.
Okay, thank you so very much for the opportunity. So I'm gonna just keep my voice on this page because probably the opponents are afraid that I'm using my normal voice. Nonetheless, we should understand that we are speaking of commitment, and commitment is a sustainable action. You cannot be committed just over 1 month and then you say you're committed. That's not commitment. You cannot be commitment when you don't have something to test your commitment. That is not commitment. You're speaking of yourself, all crowning yourself and stuff. I understand. We gave you the crown. But have you ever been tested with something that is worth more than what you are working for in LSUIC? No. Then your commitment has not yet been proven. You speak of you don't need degree to be to volunteer also. But you should know that if you have that purpose, if you have that passion, you cannot complete or continue that passion if you are not building yourself. How can you build yourself? You need financial aid. Like Makomi was saying, Martin Luther King and all of the other guys that were named, they didn't just go to university and say that I'm a leader and I want to get it. I want to get this education in the garden. That's not how it goes. If you have passion and then you are not building yourself, then which means you don't know how to work with that passion. Your passion should create role for you. McCormick rightfully stated there. Leaders these days, if you don't have passion that will sustain you, my brother, you are going the wrong way. So maybe this might not be like the kind of debate you see it to be, but I'm just gonna advise you that if you are giving your passion out for something that you are not expecting to sustain you, then you are not yet committed. Because committed is a sustainable action. You cannot be committed to something when you don't know where it's gonna take you. Commitment comes with responsibility. Commitment comes with trial terms. You speak of, okay, my organization back in Liberia, I didn't really want to talk about this, but I'm just going to talk about it. My organization back in Liberia, since I left from there, when I first launched the program, I had about 50 persons that applied to just volunteer. That was very good. I wasn't paying them, but they volunteer. After 1 month, what happened? They started dropping because what? I didn't have something that would sustain them. I didn't have something that would sustain them. Look at LSUIC. We have more than 100 people in China. But we only have 57 persons on this platform. Why? Because this platform is not giving anything to the table. This platform is not sustaining them. So how can you say you are committed when your commitment is not sustainable? You have Your commitment have to have that value of sustainability. You cannot be running an organization for 1 month or 1 year and then you say that, oh, you are too committed and stuff. Once the trial terms come, you're gonna leave it because why? It's not sustaining you. So my audience, panel of judges, we should understand that commitment comes with responsibility, and your commitment is not just within 1 month time or 1 year time. It's a continuing process, and you cannot be committed if you are not sustained. You need a sustainable factor, and that sustainable factor are financial incentive. Factors that will help you to grow yourself, to grow your skill. That will not just drain you, that will not just take from you, and not giving you back. We can't accept that system. We need something that when we give, we'll be able to receive. That's the whole aspect of life. Give something that you will be able to receive back. These people that you're talking about, they won Nobel Prize, and before they won the Nobel Prize, they wasn't getting paid because they knew that something at the end was there that they would benefit from. That was motivated their commitment to that particular thing they are doing. So commitment comes with sustainability, and that sustainability is financial incentive. Thank you so much.
Time. Yes, so thank you. Now we will move to the audience section where we will give them the time to vote. And after that, we'll take some remarks from judges and we will call this a day. So, Mr. President, if you are there, you can proceed with the audience voting section, please.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Head Judge and all the debaters. Thank you. At least tonight we are getting to understand the reason why some leaders don't work or they don't want to work. So it's good that we're getting to know most of these things. At least, the other people that are not working, we will we get to know. Because you're getting mad why you're working. Or because you're committed why you're working. But thank you. Let's launch the pool. Please, let me give you a meaning. Usually when I launch it, some people say, can you relaunch it? So please, if you are following, we are about to launch the pool. If you're using the browser or the link to join, probably you might not see it because Zoom don't have that feature yet for those joining from the web. So maybe you might not see it. Please, I'm going to launch it now. I hope everyone is in the position. You're going to get a notification on your phone or your computer screen. In 3, 2, 1, we go. I just hope I get all of your names correctly. So you can start voting. You can start voting. We're going to end this pool by 9:59. Currently I have 9:56. I currently have 9:56, so let me just mark it down. 9:56 to 59. Okay, so the votes are coming in. Best performing team, Wenzhou having 12. Xuzhou, okay, things are happening. Let's go down a little bit. We'll come back to you guys. For the MVP, Prince City having 18 votes, Clarence 7 votes, and Isaac from Wenzhou having 16 votes. James, his teammate, has 2. Let's go back up. We have 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Xuzhou 23 votes, Wenzhou 16 votes. Best performing team. MVP, Clarence 8 votes, Prince White City 24 votes, Isaac 22 votes, James 3 votes. Are the leaders of LSUIC working because they have passion or yeah? We have 2 minutes to go. It's 9:57 here, my time. By 59, we'll end the pool. So Xuzhou 27, Wenzhou 18. Clarence 9 votes. Prince 27 votes. Isaac 23 votes. James 4 votes. Keep it up. Keep it coming. We're gonna end this pool in 1 minute and a half 58. So probably in a few seconds. In a few seconds, we're gonna end this pool. In a few seconds, we're gonna end this pool. Xuzhou 29 votes. Wenzhou 18 votes. Clarence 9 votes. Prince 29 votes. Isaac 24 votes. James 4 votes. Few seconds to go. I have 59 here. Few seconds to go. Few seconds to go. Yesterday, Christopher Lavelle won the MVP from Chengdu. And who won the MVP from it is Harris? Yeah, I think Harris from Beijing. Okay, 59 here already. So I'm going to end this pool in 3, 2, 1. And pool. I'm also going to share this so that you can see it on your screen. But Zoom don't have the feature for you to see the actual vote. They just show you the percentage. But however, you can look at my screen here. You'll see that Xuzhou 29 votes. Wenzhou 19 votes. So judges, please give Xuzhou the audience vote of 3 points. And give Wenzhou the audience vote of 2 points. For the MVP for tonight's game, that's 3 votes different, 29 and 26. So Prince White City is the MVP for tonight's game. So he now has 2 MVPs. Mark Noah from Beijing has 2. Harris or Daniel? I'll cross check. They also have 2. Thank you all. Let me read again. It will also be on YouTube and on the Facebook Live, so you can always go back there and cross-check. Xuzhou 29 votes, Wenzhou 19 votes. Clarence S. Johnson from Xuzhou 9 votes, Prince White City from Xuzhou 29 votes. Isaac Young from Wenzhou / Nimbo 26 votes, and James Gaffouin 4 votes. All right. Honorable judges, if you are ready, let me know. We have our next game that should be coming up. Let me just show you the fixture while the judges are tabulating their results. Let me just minimize it in case somebody asks. So this is the last game of, the last day of the quarterfinals. So after this game that is currently pending the announcement, we will move into the last game of the night and the last game of the quarterfinals. That will be between Qingdao City and that of Guizhou City. So Qingdao will be going against Guizhou, and the preposition is on technical and vocational education. Does it contribute more to Liberia long-term development than the traditional university education? So we get to know. Right now, both teams don't know their position. So they are prepared to debate either as for the motion or against the motion. The judges will flip the wheel or flip the coin, and then they will decide their fate. Let's get to understand if technical and vocational education contribute more. All right. Yeah, you can go ahead. Go ahead, Josh, if you are ready.
Okay, thank you so much to our hard-working president. Now we move to the judges. My co-judges, if you are there, can you make few statements about tonight's game, please? And Josh can go first, please. It's okay. Co-judges, anyone available?
Yes, sir. Here. Okay.
Yeah. So straight to the press.
I'm the proxy judge for one of the judges assigned to this game. I think both teams did well. The topic was quite interesting. There were a few lapses from the team Wenzhou, and I think even from your own debate measures, you can tell that your evidence is we counter-checked and did not see some of the facts that you actually stated. Your opponent drops the link to the evidences in the group, and we clicked on them, and we also verify using some other search engines, and they kind of correlated. But I think it will be better next time when you have evidences, you at least drop the link just so that you can please the audience too as well. Because if you say you're spitting facts without giving up the evidences, then it almost feel like you're lying to the rest of the people. I know on the side of the audience, it is not anything. I mean, they can counter check or check, but from our side, we have to check properly. So I think that was the lapse from your end. And I think there was fluctuation between your arguments. Sometimes you almost feel like you are arguing on behalf of your opponent, and sometimes you are arguing for yourself. And the inconsistency between that consideration, if you're debating and you start using word like despite, if, it's almost like you trying to agree with your opponent, but also still holding your grounds, and which is a form of weakening your points gradually. Because if you say that this man is a rogue, he's a rogue. No matter what, he's a rogue. You don't bend for any reason that he's not a rogue, or even though maybe all of this. So I think it's very important. And to one of the that even if the man did not ask a question, you can at least he referenced a link into the group. Your responsibility was to click on the link and see what the link says and respond to the link, or you choose not to respond at all. But to say that he did not ask a question, when he asked a question, he did not ask a question is your fight is that he referenced a link and you're just supposed to go to the link. So I hope other judges can learn from that. Yeah, for Xuzhou, I think you guys brought the facts. You guys were consistent with the argument, and there were times that you also went on their side and saying despite, if, but, and all of those things. And I think it weakens your point also. So you guys have to take that into consideration. Whosoever that will move forward, take that into consideration. When your head is bent on your pros, let it be your pros. Never in your life even use work like if maybe also, just in case, all of those things that will make you to lean onto his side. So you guys should please consider that. And Xuzhou, you also have to listen. We are not here to be reading question twice. Okay, it's once. So please also listen to that, because that also, from my end, I reduce your points for that, because you had to listen to the question and listen to it only one time. And lastly, I would like to say to you that if you will maintain the argument, maintain it to the very end. Never in any debate you should ever compromise on any of your argument, because the opposing team lure you into a corner with the analysis of Lima Boy, and then you try to almost like using words that will bring them closer to your points. So yeah, that's all I have to say from my end, Aaron. And I think the debate was good. But you guys, from one end, it appeared to be a little bit lazy, because one of the team was not presenting the facts they should have presented.
All right, thank you to our co-judge. We now move to Judge 2. Are you there? Judge 2, are you there, please?
Okay, so let me just be very quick with this, because I'm paying attention to something else. Let me use this opportunity to say congratulations to the both team. I think your arguments were good, but just like the judge I just spoke mentioned, there were some lapses along the way, but however, because you came this far, you must have done a lot of research, and I think your arguments were not so bad. But like you mentioned, Team Wenzhou, I think personally, at some point in time during the debate, you were kind of a bit swayed away from the proposition. I don't know for what reason, but I think that was a bit off. And but especially when you mentioned some evidences, I expected to have seen those links being posted in the chat room so that we could do a research on it. More to that, evidences that were being provided by Xuzhou were being presented, in the link, and we could follow up and also see the evidences they were posting. And along the way, you also use some profanities that weren't allowed for this intellectual forum. I think that was not right on your part. Going forward, if you are opportune to see the next round, I hope you can work on these few things. But so far, so good. I think the game was good, and there's a reason why the both team came to this quarterfinal. Thanks ever so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our judge. And now we will give the opportunity to the two teams. Maybe a captain from the two teams can just give a comment on tonight's game, actually. So we can go randomly. You can go Xuzhou first. If you are there, you can go first. Xuzhou, are you there? If not, Wenzhou.
Yes, sir. We are here.
Okay, yeah, Xuzhou, you can go. What do you think about tonight's game, actually?
Yeah, the game was kind of competitive, and I must appreciate the judges because when the debate starts to deteriorate into something else, it requires real care and caution to bring it back to normal. And so the judges did well, actually, and even the opposing team, yeah, they had a very good position. It's just that at a certain point in time they became so emotional. But I hope that it can just be a post-debate reflection for them. Yeah. But again, it was a good one. We learned, from the debate. Yeah, a lot of good things.
Okay. And Wenzhou?
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable George. I think there are a few lapses from the George side. Like at some point in time, you allocated so much points to my opponent. He made a statement, and then you reverted the time, and you were off. You were kind of off and on during the opponent will speak, and then you will go off, and then you will come back when you will tell him to speak again. I hope the next game, whoever get to the next stage, those lapses can be fixed and so on. Yes, the game is an emotional game. Yes, in as much as we don't allow our emotion to deter our argument, I think the emotion is what made the game beautiful. And one of the few things I try to address is our links were posted in the comment section. If for any reason you were able to access them, I think it's some internet issue, but everything that we stated, we provided links in the comment section. And then another thing is the game of debate is not a game of popularity. So don't mistake popularity for logic. That's a very bad stand. Far too many times we mistake popularity for those with a logical argument. We shouldn't try to do that. And anything other than that, my opponent, they put out a good fight, and I must appreciate them for them turning up. And overall, it was a good game. Thank you all.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much to Team Xuzhou and that of Team Wenzhou. So I just want to say thank you. I want to add my voice to the two judges and the players. Thank you for the time. I believe the game was well played, and whoever is the winner tonight can just build on what you already have, maybe go deeper, like the other judge said. And the other team can also come back better next time for a proper debate. So thank you so much. We will now go strictly to our scoreboard. You hear me, right? So from the audience, we already know that from the audience vote, it was really clear that Team Xuzhou won with 3 points, and that is the pro team. And Team Wenzhou Team Wenzhou won with 2 points. So adding that to our score tonight, we will give you the overall score of the debate. So we will now proceed to the overall score of our debate for tonight's game. So in tonight's game, the three judges that took part in this debate, Judge 1, for the pro team, that is Team Xuzhou, Judge 1 allocated a point of 188.5 points for the pro team, and Judge 2, the same Judge 1 for the con team, that is Team Wenzhou, allocated a total point of 177.5. So for Judge 1, the pro team won the debate. And in Judge 2, the pro team won the debate. In Judge 2, the pro team also won the debate with 204 points. And for Judge 2, the con team was allocated a point of 188 points. And for Judge 3, the pro also won the debate, 199.5 points. And the con team was allocated a point of 176.5 points in total. So for the three judges, the pro team carried the day, and that is in also consultation from the audience vote. So the overall score tonight, including that of the audience vote, the pro team, which is a Team Xuzhou, was allocated or won with the point of 592 points tonight. And the con team, that is a Team Wenzhou, got the total score of 542 points. So for tonight's game, Team Xuzhou, which is the pro team, won the debate. Thank you so much. AC, if you're there, you can take over, please. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Honorable Head Judge, and thanks to all of the debaters. We appreciate you, and to our wonderful scholars, or AKA our audience.
Person, your voice low, that's something right now.
Man, use the chat session. Why you let me meeting as always? All right, let me connect my headset.
Wenzhou, how you sounding vessel?
Honorable Chairman, are you there? Dr. Moba?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
All right, anything from the end, you can go ahead while I'm getting.
No, we keep working in the background. Everything is okay. I think we should proceed to the next game.
All right, so our next game will be between Qingdao City and Guizhou City. And the head judge should be Honorable Talo. Honorable Talo, are you there? And he'll be joined by two other judges.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Yeah, you can go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Let me give the teams at least 3 minutes to set up. Please make sure that you are in the right position. The rule remains the same at all time. Let me turn my camera on first before I say that. At all time, your cameras have to be on, and you are the only person who's responsible to be in the frame of the camera. And we don't want to hear noise in your background. We don't want to hear another speaker. And then please make sure that all of the links that you have to your evidences, please drop them in the group, not for the judges, but for the audience, and also for us to verify whether the link that you are speaking from is also a verifiable or a true link. And yeah, so it is Qingdao versus Guizhou tonight, and for the second game. And I hope, do I have the team from Qingdao here?
Yep.
And the topic
We
for
just
tonight is the technical and vocational education contributes more to Liberia's long-term development. than traditional university rival education. So I read that one more, one more time, please. Technical and vocational education contributes more to Liberia's long-term development than traditional university education. So, do I also have the team from Guizhou here? Do I have the team from Guizhou here? Um, Olivia, is it Olive, right? Kamara and although she's from Guizhou.
Judges.
So I mean, are you guys available, please? Please speak if you're available, and please turn your camera on to all of the players that are playing tonight. Please turn your camera on.
Recording in
So
progress.
for the Guizhou team, I can still remember I judged one of your games, and I can still recall that both of you were in the frame together. So I will ask tonight that if you guys are in the same space, which is also acceptable, but make sure that you appear in the frame one at a time. And I will be listening keenly in the background because if you will be disturbing the other person while they speak, that won't be nice, and it may cause some deduction of points. So, Confidence, are you there, sir? You are the guy who understands the spinning wheel stuff. So can we get the wheels on, please? So that we can be done with this as soon as possible, please. So the teams, please give us some time. Because you guys have to choose the topic, not the topic, but the pros and the cons. Who go first? So if you can still recall, we told you guys that this time you will be allowed to choose based on where the wheel lands. You will be the first to choose whether you want pros or you want cons, and that what we'll be doing now. So, Honorable Doe, are you there, sir? Honorable Doe, Honorable Ishmael, are you guys there? Josh,
Yeah, I think Honorable Joe
Ishmael?
is there. He's finished
Yes,
already.
I'm here.
Okay. So if you are there, please spin the wheel for us, sir. Okay. I'm not seeing the team yet. Let us give the honorable man a few minutes to write in the team name. It's Guizhou versus Qingdao. So and I think both team previously you guys have performed very well, and I'm expecting the best from you people tonight. So I hope you don't disappoint the judges, you don't disappoint your fans as we get wheel spained. So whatever team that choose that okay, definitely it lands on Guizhou. So Guizhou, will you be speaking from the pros point of view or from the cons point of view? As I will judge Confidence though share the time also that we can give you a game of. Guijo, please choose what when will you be speaking from? Pros or cons? So unmute yourself, Guijo. Unmute yourself, please.
Con.
Okay, you guys will be speaking from the cons point of view. Are we okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so that automatically means that Qingdao will be speaking from the pros point of view. And that also means that Qingdao will kick the tournament off. So let us now get into the sharing of time. Let us give my honorable colleague a chance to get the timer up so that we can be able to Honorable Confidence, if you're there, could you please help us share the timer, please? Don't worry, man. When you hear George, I will share timer for you. That's Susu. Okay, to the people of Qingdao, if you're there, please turn your camera on too. I want to see you. I want to see, okay, I'm seeing the team from Guizhou. I'm also seeing, say, Yvette. Is that your name, sir?
Everett, it's Everett.
Everett.
It's,
Okay, sir.
it's
Thank
Everett,
you.
it's Everett, it's Everett.
So, do I have your other player online too as well?
Unfortunately,
do I have this first speaker and second speaker from Qingdao online, sir?
Unfortunately, the second speaker is not available.
So how do we
Yeah.
push forward with the tournament? With the tournament, the rule states that both speakers have to be present for the match. If you had a problem, at least during the time of the previous game, you should have reported that to us, so that
Yeah,
we
I did. I did say something in the group just now. Not the group, but the president.
Yeah, so I will give the honorable organizer, the AEC chairhead, the chair rather for the AEC rather, to please speak on that, or what he think will be the outcome. But for me, I think from my end, the rule is the rule, and we have to go by the rule. But let us hear from them first, the organizers. The city of Qingdao says, yeah, the city of Qingdao says that they are. He's alone for tonight's match. His opponent is not here. I mean, his team player is not here. So, what would you guys be saying to that so that I can kick the tournament off?
There's quite a deterrent rules. At least two persons can play the game. So,
Yeah.
I'm ready to start. You gotta contact your
the
teammate, but
speaker
we'll go by the
from
rules.
Qingdao, I will give you the next 5 minutes to see if you can get your teammate on. Okay, it should be altogether 8 minutes altogether. So you have 8 minutes altogether to get your teammate on, so that you can start the tournament. After 8 minutes, if the person is not here, then we will have to waive the score to Wenzhou. So please mute yourself and try your best to get your team members here. Say that? So, so if we had yes sir, go ahead.
Since there is a player from Qingdao online currently, is it possible he just say if his teammate is coming, or they just drop instead of us going by 8 minutes again? The man could just be online and know that the whole thing are rhetorics. He could just save us the time.
I think let us just give him like the due diligence, and I told him to go and see if he can fetch his players, and he said okay. So since he said okay, let us give him the time. If he had said no, I will get a minute, then we're going to leave him alone. But since I mean, let us give him the chance to get them if possible.
Yeah, so to the debaters, those that qualify for the semifinals, you have to stay after this session so that we can go into the draw for the topic selection. So that you know which topic you'll be presenting on for the semifinals. Semifinals will be on the 25th. Semifinal is on the 25th. Please stay after this.
Oh, I just texted a guy. He told me that he's coming, but I don't know why he's taking too long.
You got 8 minutes. You got 8 minutes. So after this time, you still got another time. So,
We have no comment to that. We just going by the time. Once the time elapses, we pronounce Guizhou the winner for the tournament for this game rather, and we'll move on to the formalities of tonight.
yeah. Just while we wait on the time to run out. Number Tyler, I just wanted to ask you something.
Yes, sir.
From yeah, I've been going across several things, and I realized that most of UN staff, or a couple of them that are sent outside, they are actually seen as volunteers, but yet and still the United Nations give them some incentives. Uh, is that really true?
Here, most people who reach the incentive level, it's not like when you just start volunteering for them, automatically they give you incentive. You have to show some willingness to volunteer for without pay or without service before you can be able to uh, get that, get to that level. Even me, when I was volunteering for a couple of organizations back home, when I first started, like, I mean, it was, you know, no one's to get anything, except for a few that when they saw I had previous experience with other organizations, then when I got there, they started, me with low incentives or compensation. So for the UN, you have to volunteer free to some extent, and when they see your resume before, they can start to pay you when you volunteer. But you still be under the banner of volunteerism, though. They don't take you from there, but they still give you incentives for your upkeep, your maybe your family or whatsoever. Yeah, but it depends. You don't just start up with incentives like that. Even with that's the reason you see most people want to build up their CV with the entire impression of volunteerism before they get into these organizational workspace, because sometimes these guys are very demanding of your past experience and your willingness to do certain things, even under certain conditions and stuff like that. So, what do you think about it? You think it is a great idea? Like, if you were debating the topic that just ended, which side would you rather take or focus on?
But remember a time in my life when I just started as an intern and I realized that as an intern I was asked to make some I was producing more than the guys that were actually being paid. And I at that point in time I actually thought it was rhetoric though. But it's actually good to volunteer and yeah, we still remain committed to volunteering and we serve as UNVs all around the world and yeah, volunteerism is still good. But I don't want to take it to the aspect of leadership. I don't want to go into the argument that just ended. I'm just saying it for the time to pass.
But I think for the aspect of volunteerism, even if I had an organization more, if I wanted to test the abilities of people who will commit to the cause, I would definitely seek people who will come to volunteer. Okay, and sometimes what most organizations do, they provide basic amenities like food and how's it called, food, or maybe they get a bus to take you guys home and all that stuff. They don't give you physical money. They give you benefits, but not physical money or some other things. But I think at the end of the day, they want to see your commitment.
Oh, I think Coco
And
Wijida has
if
something to
I have
say.
a company
Coco,
or an organization, that's what I would do because yeah, go ahead, Coco. Let's hear
I
from
think Coco
Coco.
has something to say, but I'm not sure he can speak now. I think he's volunteering somewhere and he's not being paid or something.
Yeah, but I'm sure if they have lunch there, he actually eats lunch for free. If they have buses that he goes to bus and then the knowledge he's gaining, he's also gaining knowledge there. So it's also for free. So volunteering comes with a lot of benefit, and I can say clearly today that if I wasn't volunteering at where I was volunteering, I may not have had access to the 24/7 internet that I had in 2017 to apply to come to China. I wouldn't have had that. You seeing that? So it came with its own benefits. Yeah, but I mean, it was a very interesting topic, and I think if I was from this guy from the other team who was going against Xuzhou, they had a very good argument. I wish they could have just made the argument solid by sending in real facts and actually arguing and not guessing, on the points and repeating those points like over and again, again, again. Because for every category, we want to hear something that is settled to that category and not repetition of what you said in your creative speech coming down to your summary. So it was almost like a repetition. So
Yeah, to the game that just played, I think the motion was not being focused on. The motion is not basically about money.
yeah.
If you get paid or not, it's about commitment, and that's the main thing. It's about commitment. So does commitment come from pay or not? So yeah, so that was the
Okay.
main problem of the whole debate. It was
Even the
just
even the president, like the president is somebody who has volunteered a lot, so he will have vast experience on that. And the commitment that you will show through volunteerism will lead you all the way, bro. I can lie to you. It will lead you all the way because even with your own things, you want to be committed to that, you know. And even when you go for an unemployment, somebody who has a solid CV that has a lot of volunteerism from good places with good records, and you who has a PhD, there's the high chance they'll take that person over you, bro.
So I saw a couple of guys being very serious with the voluntary work they've been doing in LSUIC, and Andrew Coco Wijila has just been one guy that stood out to me. He is known as the law. He was always serious when he had me coming to his court.
My partner is here. My partner is here. My partner is here.
Who won this competition to at least go on to some extent. But thanks to the team from Wenzhou. Are you guys there? From Guizhou, rather. Guizhou, are you guys there? Guizhou, are you there?
Yeah, we
So
are here. We are
the
here.
time elapsed before they actually came. The time elapsed and went beyond 1 minute before they actually came. So automatically they have lost the points. but it is up to you people. Since they said that their team member is here, do you still want to go ahead with the debate, or should we call the debate or quit? So
Don't say your
to,
point. I'm willing
to the guys from Qingdao, your fate is now in the hands of the people from Guizhou.
Money is involved.
Nobody asked you for your comment, my friend.
Volunteer Kuku is
Just give the guy a chance that you speak, please.
Actually, my
Captain.
my captain and we agree that we'll continue the game.
Okay, that's great sportsmanship. If I happen the money, I can give the money.
I just hope they don't win the fair play award of the night, as in they lose the game and we just give them the fair play award.
Yeah, we'll give them the fair play award of the night, and maybe
Yeah, even if
you're
they lose the
confident
game.
you can put 50 RMB on it.
That's
Okay,
no problem.
so and I'll match that. If you said no problem, I'll match it with 50 RMB too as well. So let us get right into the tournament. Tonight's game, if you're listening to us via Facebook or if you're just joining the platform, we'd like to say welcome to you. This is game 2 of the quarterfinals, and the game 2 of the second day of the quarterfinals. That's what I should say. Okay, and the result or the resolution for today is technical and vocational education contributes more to Liberia's long-term development than traditional university education. And the cons for today is Guizhou, and the pros for today is Qingdao. So the match begins now. My judges, are you all set? Do you have all of your score sheets prepared? Are they accessible to you? Please make sure they are all accessible because the tournament is about to start. Ishmael, Josh, Ishmael, are you there, sir? I'm not hearing you speaking.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just following through.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So please make sure that all of the links and the evidences that will be dropped, please make sure they are verifiable. I will also join you in that fight. And to honor our confidence, though, please make sure that we have the timer up and running consistently. So to all of the players tonight, if you're not asked to speak, please don't speak. I'm the only person here tonight who is allowed to speak along with my judges. If they have concerns, they can come in. But please let us see good sportsmanship from you guys tonight and no interruption. If you have concerns, raise your hand before you speak, or else you'll lose points for that. And if you also have concerns on maybe a person is speaking and the internet goes away and you want to come back in and all kinds of things, you can raise your hand. Raise your hand whenever you speak. I'm begging you, visit Otara the Batman. He took my 5 point for me. Okay, so with that being said, please make sure the words you use tonight are good words. We don't appreciate bullies. We don't appreciate cursing or saying mean words to the opposite team. You can still use constructive words to make the team feel inferior, but please do not use curse word here tonight. So we'll take note of all of those. So we'll start the tournament now. And the pros, Qingdao, please get ready for the constructive speech. 5 minutes. Give us your motion for the topic and how you intend to go through with this entire debate, sir. So for the first speaker, it's open. The floor is open, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Respected judges, my esteemed opponents, fellow debaters, honored guests, good evening. Today I stand before you a proud advocate of Liberia future, a future that does not lie on empty promises of elite educations for the few, but intangible, transformative opportunity for many. Judges, I wholeheartedly agree with the motions that state technical, and vocational education contribute more to Liberia long-term development than traditional university educations. Judges, allow me to proceed with key points. Let us start with the earnestly for too long. Liberia has measured development by numbers of university degrees hanging on office wall, while 60% of our youth remain unemployed. Our youth remain unemployed. Our rural community-backed basic infrastructures and our economic depends on foreign aid and extractive industry that left ordinary Liberians behind.
Please pause the timer. So the speaker, your mic was muted, so please unmute yourself.
Are you getting me now?
Yes, sir. Please pay attention to your own system so that we cannot have repetition of this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Fair enough. Traditional university education is a role, but to claim it contribute more to our long-term growth is to ignore the hard, unvarnished truth of nation reality. Liberia youth unemployed crisis is not just a short-term stability. The United Nations estimate that over half of Liberian young people are neither in school nor working. I repeat myself. The United Nations estimate that over half of Liberian young people are neither in school nor working. Traditional university education cannot save this. Why? Because it is exclusive, expensive, and slow. A university degree in Liberia takes 4 to 5 years. Crying out loud. Cost very expensive. Most parents do not afford. It's too expensive. 3 graduates with white-collar roles and simply do not exist in the economics. Judges, the TVET by contract is designed for Liberia. Reality, it is accessible to rural growth, to low-income family, to out-of-looking, to reskill to 6 to 2 years. The TVET program is solar panel installations, agriculture, machinizations, nursing, assistance, or road construction. Turn a young person from a statistic of unemployment to constitutional members of society. Man judges. When a young Liberian from Grand Bassa learn climate smart farming through the TVET, they do not just get a job, they increase our national food security. With a youth from Moravia learn electrical work through the TVET, they do not just fix wires, they help build and empower the guard of hospital, schools and function it. Man judges, Liberia's greater long-term challenge is breaking free from the dependency and foreign expectations for decades. We have relied on foreign experts to build our roads, run our hospital, and to manage our industries. Why? Because we are lack of technical skills to do that ourselves. Traditional university education is all its merit, often trained educations for all. It merits often trained graduates to work in foreign funded systems, NGOs, international development agencies, or foreign corporations, not to build on our own system. A university degree in economics might teach you about global market, but does not teach you how to prepare tractors and to install a water pump or to run a local manufacturing company. Judges, the skill that build local sustainable businesses. Judges are strongly agree with the motions that state. Technical and vocational education contribute more to Liberia long-term development than traditional university. I rest my case.
The team from Qingdao for their deliberation on the constructive speech of the motion ahead. And now we will go to the team from Guizhou to place forward their arguments when it comes to the constructive speech. So Guizhou, the floor is all yours, and you can start now.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Judge. Honorable judges, respected opponents, distinguished audience. Today, we firmly stand against the motion that technical and vocational education contributes more to Liberia's long-term development than traditional university education. At first hearing, team propositions sound practical. They spoke about tools and some on employment. But judges, development is not just survival. Development is transformation. And transformation requires leadership, innovation, and system, not just labor. Let us begin by clarifying something very, very much important. Team proposition has reduced Liberia's future to manual productivity. They want you to believe that development is simply about fixing roads and wiring houses. That is not development. This is maintenance. I will say again, fixing roads and wiring houses is not development, it is maintenance. Our definition of long-term development means strong institutions, sustainable governance, scientific advancement, technological innovation, industrial planning, and national policy reform. And these are driven by higher level education. With 4 major points for our judges, we strongly stand against this motion. Point number 1, technical and vocational institution education training, which is TVET, I'll say. TVET cannot create system. Technical workers maintains, university creates. I'll say again, TVET cannot create system, but technical workers maintains, university creates. Who designs national energy policy? Who drafts economic reforms? Who negotiates international trade agreements? Who designs medical background? Not welders, not mechanics, but economics, engineers, doctors, researchers, products of university. If Liberia invests mainly in vocational education, who will lead the country intellectually? I'll ask again. If Liberia invests mainly in vocational education, who will lead the country intellectually? Board of Judges, who will innovate? Who will compete globally? Team proposition wants a nation of maintainers. We want a nation of thinkers, leaders, creators, and inventors. Point number 2, team proposition confuses short-term fix with long-term growth. Yes, vocational skills can create immediate employment, but the motion says long-term development. I'll say again, the motion states long-term development. Long-term growth depends on industrial strategy, technological advancement, policy reform, research, and development. You cannot industrialize a nation without engineers trained at a university. You cannot reform healthcare without medical schools. You cannot modernize agriculture without research scientists. Board of Judges, vocational training applies existing knowledge. University education generates new knowledge. I will say that again. Vocational training applies existing knowledge. But university education generates new knowledge. Without knowledge creation, Liberia will always follow but never lead. Point number 3, brain drain is not an argument for universities. The proportion, the proposition mentioned brain drain. But brain drain, okay. Brain drain happens because of weak national system. Another point, Board of Judges. Point number 4, global competitiveness. If today's world development is knowledge-based, technology, AI, digital system, advanced medicine, renewable energy, which of these is driven by vocational workshops? None. I'll say again, in today's world, development is knowledge-based, which is technology, AI, which is artificial intelligence, digital system, advanced medicine, and renewable energy. Which of these is driven by vocational workshop? None. They are driven by research institution and university. If Liberia focuses more on Tibet than university, we risk locking ourselves into low-level labor while other nations innovate. This is not long-term development. This is stagnation. Board of Judges, in these architects, a country cannot build skyscrapers if only trains break layers. We need engineers, we need urban planners. The team proposition offer you tools. We offer you transformation. They offer you labor. We offer you leadership. They offer you maintenance. We offer you marginalization. For these reasons, we strongly reject the motion that technical and vocational education contributes more to Liberia's long-term development in traditional university education. Thank you.
All right. That was a heated deliberation on the constructive speech of the motion. And I would like to say thanks to both the team from Qingdao and the team from Guizhou for their deliberation on the motion. Okay, to the team of Qingdao, judges, please don't submit your scores on the team from Guizhou yet. If you have, I'm sorry for bringing this one late. But Guizhou, I was very clear with my instruction that both of you are in the same room, and when one person is speaking, I don't want to see another person hand in the frame or fingers in the frame. So for that, judges, please, across the board, they will lose 3 scores. So each judge has the right to subtract 1 score from each judge. So if you have a current score up, just remove 1 so that they can learn the lesson, and maybe next time they won't do such again. So from my end, it's supposed to be a full score, but you lose 1. So yeah. So Judge Confidence and Judge Ishmael, please do the same as well. 1 point from each of you. Okay, now, if you're just joining us, we would like to say thanks for joining us, and we will now go to the next. Okay, I see Olivia and Francis raising the hand. Okay, please go ahead if you have a concern.
Yeah, so judges, debate is not about stagnation. Debate is about help and support. Not because the opposition, they are not together, that doesn't mean we cannot interact. Our interaction did not cause disturbance. That was help. My teammate needs help. I cannot sit here and then something drop from her, I cannot help her. It's not because we are together, so you guys want to take it against us. We are playing here as a team and we are showing love to each other, supporting each other, not because we are just together, but because we want to show you teamwork. We didn't call disturbance here. I didn't disturb you, didn't hear my voice. But all you said was, oh, problem, I'm helping her with a sheet. So, Board of Judges, please, not because we are together, because if you are starting this, then definitely our zeal for this game is going to reduce. Not because we are together, that doesn't mean I cannot help her. Please do not make us to reduce our anxiety for this debate, please.
Thanks for that concern, but it was stated very clear from the very start, and I told I've purposely referenced the both of you. So even in the background, I could hear your voice or I could hear your motion in the background too as well. So I will ask that you please, okay, try your best. I know that during the debate you have to communicate, but even if you are doing a live debate, you cannot speak while the speaker is speaking. You cannot speak to the speaker. That's violation, and you know that. Okay, if you write on the paper and give to her, that's understandable. But if you make noise in the background, then it's not understandable. Okay, so please learn from this point. This is very early part of the match. We still have 6 more categories to go. And please, you can do the right thing. Instead of us going back and forth with, you say you didn't do it and I say you do it, just please consider and learn from it. Okay, so we will now move up to the next category. And Qingdao, first speaker for your crossfire, please. You have 30 seconds, and please watch the time too as well. So each team has 3 questions across the board, and the time starts for Qingdao now.
Okay, my questions to the opponent. You said university is more important, but who will build our roads, bridges, hospital, and power guard if we have no TVET trained workers?
Hey, are you there? Wenzhou, are you there?
Okay, so first of all, who's this?
Okay, Guizhou, please start now. You can answer the question now.
Okay, so first of all, roads are not built by vocational trainers. Roads are built by professional engineers.
Okay.
So
are you done?
Yeah, I think that's very, very much clear enough. Roads are built by engineer, not 6 months or 3 months professional vocational trainer. They are built by engineers.
Okay. Thanks for that response. Let us now go to Team Guizhou for your first question.
Okay, so for my first question here is can you name a single country that achieved industrialized long-term development by prioritizing vocational education over strong universities?
Team Qingdao, are you there?
Yeah. Can I proceed?
Please go ahead and give an answer.
Or team, my opponent team is just clear. I just stated Liberia, your own country, right? The TVT has provided more resources for Liberia.
Oh, time.
For example,
Wait.
Head judge, you're muted.
Team Qingdao, you will also lose school for not turning your camera on. The rules are very clear today. I'm not here to play with any team.
Okay, my bad.
So let's go ahead.
Should I answer it? Okay, my question.
Yeah,
I say country like Liberia. The TVT has provided more resources for Liberia. Take for example, they have built good infrastructure in Liberia, provide good economic assistance for our country. I've stopped it.
I don't think that's the answer for that question.
Please, Guizhou, do you want to lose another 3 marks?
I'm sorry, sir.
I just told you before you speak, please raise your hand. It was very clear.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay, that will pass, but the next time it won't pass. Okay. So let us hear from we have the first questions and the first response going across the board. So let us now go to the second question and let us hear from Team Qingdao. Qingdao, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please ask your second question.
My questions. How will traditional university education fix the crisis faster than the TVET? That's my question.
Okay, before Guizhou can answer the question, do you have any concern or do you want to answer the question he just asked? Guizhou.
So for the previous question I asked, it was not properly answered.
Okay, if the question was not properly answered, in your next question, you can make that known before you can ask a full question. If you have the speed and accuracy to do that, or you wait for deliberation or rebuttal rather, so that you can actually speak to those points that he did not answer in your crossfire. Okay? Then we can be able to reference that.
Okay.
You even be doing a favor for us, the judges, so that we can be able to see the loopholes in his he's not answering your questions. So is the question clear enough? So for the sake of reiteration, you have 14 minutes. Could you please reiterate that question?
How many traditional university education fix this crisis faster than the TPS?
Okay,
that's
go
my
ahead.
question.
Respected opponents, today we are talking about long-term development in Liberia. And let me just say something to you. TVETs, it doesn't help any short term. What it does, it just leads to long-term dependency. But right now, what we're talking here, we are talking on long-term development in Liberia.
Time.
TVET leads to long-term.
Okay, so we'll now turn to Guizhou for your second question. Guizhou, your second question, please. Your microphone was muted, so
You said you said technicians implement development. Who designs the national economic policies and infrastructure master plans that the nation implements?
Wait,
Can you repeat that question again?
Okay, if you will need a question repeated, Qingdao, you have to ask me for permission. Like I said today, the rule is very
Sorry
clear.
about that.
Listening skill is a part of the criteria for judgment. So you have to pay attention when they ask the question. The reason I told you to reiterate a question was because I interrupted the question. Okay, so please reiterate the question for him one more time, and this will be the last time any question is reiterated. So please go ahead.
Okay, it's unemployment in Liberia caused by too many university graduates or by weak economic planning and limited industrial policy.
Qingdao?
Yeah. Okay. Can you allow me to proceed with that question quick?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So you're talking about, or today he takes an example of the doctorate schools, what everyone know about in Liberia. Do you know that after doctor works for like 4 or 5 years, 8 years, they don't have pay, they don't work, and Liberians have given access to quality, quality education, what have access to good job, good facility, nothing like that. You'll find doctors, you'll find people that actually gain master's degree doing changing money, doing orange money, long time money. I answered that question.
Okay, so we now go to the 10 questions, and we'll go with Qingdao. Please ask your 10 question.
My 10 questions. University graduates often leave Liberia for better jobs. Why?
Qingdao?
You getting me? I said university graduates often leave Liberia for better jobs. Why they leave Liberia if the employment rate is too high? If we depend on traditional education, that's my question.
So let us
why
hear
do we have why we are studying China?
Okay, before Guizhou can answer the question, Honorable Confidence, do we have the time? I see it is on pause. I don't know whether you did it deliberately.
Yeah, it was intentional because I realized that Qingdao had her camera off again.
So Qingdao, you continue putting your camera off. Just expect yourself to lose some points in this in this crossfire. So let us take the response from Qingdao. Not Qingdao, but Guizhou, sorry.
Okay, so team opposition. First of all, Liberians do not leave Liberia for better jobs. They leave Liberia for better education, not better jobs.
Okay, so Guizhou, could you please ask your last question?
Okay. So, my previous question was not answered properly because the question I asked was if unemployment in Liberia caused by too many university graduates or weak economic planning and limited industrial policy. He didn't say anything about the economic planning. So my next question would be, how does vocational education alone create technological innovation, research breakthroughs, or advanced?
Guizhou, time. The time is up. So thanks to both teams for the first speaker crossfire. And for Qingdao, for always turning your camera off, you will have to lose 3 points, and that will be each point from each judge from across the board. So, Judge Confidence and Judge Ishmael, could you please just remove 1 point from each judge from each of you, the schools that you have given them before you submit it? So let us now go to the second speaker, rebuttal. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, we want to say welcome to you. Thanks for joining us. If you are watching us via Facebook, we want to say welcome to you. This is the Liberian Student Union China Presidential Winter Debate. This debate comes to every year, and we are proud to say that it has been very impactful so far from the beginning. And today we have a resolution on technical and vocational education contributes more to Liberia's long-term development than traditional university education. So we are saying that technical college or vocational colleges to contribute more to Liberia long-term development than university education. So that's the resolution for today. And the pros for today is the beautiful city of Qingdao, and the cons we have is the beautiful city of Guizhou. So we now move on to our second person, second speaker for the rebuttal. So we will begin with Qingdao. Qingdao, are you there? Second speaker.
I'm here.
Please turn your cameras on. Okay, so your camera is now turned on. If you are ready, please proceed, sir.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, honorable judges. Yeah, and thank you, honorable judges, for fellow debaters. My panel has laid out our foundation. Today, I will build on with evidence, with reality, and with proof that vocational education contributes more to Liberia long-term development than traditional university. First, let's talk about youth. Let's talk about youth unemployment in Liberia. Over 60% of young Liberians cannot find work. 6 out of everything young people have no income, no future, no hope. This is not a statistic, this is a crisis. What does university offer them? 4 years of study, years of waiting, and at the end, no graduate, no guarantee of a job. Liberia has thousands of unemployment university graduates today. Now let's look at vocational education. The Liberia Opportunities Industrial Center, LOIC, has trained over 7,000 Liberians since 1977 in auto mechanics, in construction, in plumbing, in tailoring, skills. Liberians actually need. These 7,000 graduates now, these 7,000 graduates did not wait years for jobs. They started working immediately. They started earning immediately. They started supporting their family immediately. For a young Liberian with no job, no hope, with educational development move, vocational training put food on your table today and not someday. Liberia rebuilding after war. We need roads, schools, electricity, clean water. Who built this? Not university graduates with degree in theory, electrical, plumber, mason, carpenter. These are the people who will literally rebuild Liberia. The camp of program trainer vulnerable youth in carpentry, masonry, and plumbing graduate from capacities. They build homes, they install water systems, they grow food. They are waiting for development. They are creating it. Imagine in Liberia with enough electricians, no power village, enough plumber to bring clear water to every home, enough mason to build schools in every community. That Liberia is possible, but it will be built by skilled workers, trained and empowered and ready to work. So here is what this debate comes down to. We are debating theory. We are debating the future of a real country. A country with 60% youth unemployment and 85 informal economic and national rebuilding after war. In this context, the evidence is overwhelming. LOIC 7,000 graduates are working today, not waiting. UNICEF 750 trillion become business owner immediately. International partners are investing millions in vocational training because of work. Liberia own government properties, TVET, in national policies. But you cannot lead a country without rules. You cannot manage a country without records. You cannot compete globally, then your own people cannot survive locally. Build first, lead later. Today, vote for the side that, for today, I'm asking everyone to vote for the side that Liberia, to vote for the side that understands reality. Vote for the plan that works today, not someday. Vote for the side that puts skill in your hands and say, go build your future. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks to the team from Qingdao for their report. We'll now go on to the team from Guizhou for their own report. Honorable Confidence, if you are there, please reset the timer for the team from Guizhou. So, Honorable, before going further, I think I have a concern from the team from Guizhou. Let us hear from them. You have 1 minute of the team for Guizhou. Do you have any concern? I see your hand up. Your microphone is muted, so if you're speaking, I'm not hearing you.
I was trying to send some document through Zoom, but it's not going, so I forwarded to the group chat. But I'm ready now.
Okay, if you have the links to those documents, you can
It's not link. It's not link. It's a picture of reality.
Okay, just do us a favor and send to all of the groups. Make sure you send them to not the official groups though, because you'll be fine. But you can send them to the other groups. Honorable President, I see your hand up, sir.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell him.
Yeah, I've already sent it to the official.
Not the official group. Not the official group. Not the official group. You have a debaters group. So send it there and I will forward it to the judges group. Or you can share in the social group. But don't send anything in the official group.
Okay, so did you send to the official group already?
Yeah, I've already sent to the official group.
All right, I think as a student of LSUIC, you should have known. So if the Honorable Secretary General sees that, he will come after you. So I think it's required. It is not allowed. So if you have no other concern,
It is not from here. He will find me. That's a financial problem. He will find me financially, not on our points.
No, I'm not saying about your points. I'm saying that if the Honorable Secretary General sees that, he will definitely find you. So I'm very sure that he will see that. Okay, so let us now go to your rebuttal, second person, and the time starts now. Let's go ahead.
Board of Judges, today I feel very sad, and that beats my heart. I am a satellite technician. I study satellite technician. I do DSTV. I work with DSTV for some time. When I attended vocational school, they taught me I would study for 6 months, but it was limited. I only studied for 3 months. I had to wait for Big Brother Ninja before I get a job to do. I had to wait for China to import DSTV dish before I do an installation. Is that a country you want to limit us to? Board of Judges, I don't want you to be misled by an AI-generated argument, but be confirmed by the real truth of reality. Board of Judges, look at me today. I follow a lot of pictures. I was a satellite technician, but I came to follow my education in university? Do you think it's because I want to, but it is because I want to lead? I don't want to lead on experts from international community. I want to become an expert within my community. What of judges? If you are saying that our vocational and technical education, if it reduce unemployment, how does it reduce unemployment? It only serves as a short-term survival, but it leads to long-term dependency on international experts. Like for example, today we have a lot of yellow machines coming from China. Don't you think if we invest more within our university, we'll have engineer producing and manufacturing some natural thing like machine, yellow machine, other iron ores? Don't you think they are going to do it by themselves? But now we are importing it from other countries. That is dependency on international experts. We don't want it in our case, Board of Judges. If you think short-term survival is long-term development, that's not the case here today. Board of Judges, temporary position reduce long-term development to immediate job creation. But this motion said long-term development, not just short-term income relief. Let us be clear. Employment is important, but employment alone is not national transformation. A development were more about moral productivity than the poorest labor-heavy country in the world would have been the most developed country. Because development depends on institution strength. It depends on research capacity, which of course, technical and vocational training institution does not offer. Again, research capacity, that's one of the most important and very strong institutions that will ever lead for an economy. Board of Judges, if you limit Liberia to only a short-term survival, then we are going to have a long-term dependency on foreign experts. Board of Judges, these products are university, like industrial strategies. They are university education. They confuse activities with advancement. And Team Opposition also mentioned of unemployment rate. But Board of Judges, let's be clear here. They shouldn't blame university for unemployment rate in Liberia. This is being intellectually dishonest. Unemployment in Liberia is caused by weak industrialization, limited private sector growth, poor policy implementation, lack of strategy planning. And who can face this? It is economics, policy analysts, engineers, urban planners, public administrators, or universities. Board of Judges, let us be clear here today. Team Opposition failed on some point. The motion says contribute more, and they never proved that vocational education contribute more than university. They show it contributes, but we show it contribution more than they do. But contributing is not winning. For something to contribute more, it must drive innovation, strategic planning, institutional strength, global competitiveness, and long-term structural growth. TVET does not dominate in these cases, but university does. The strategies of difference that Team Proposition built on the ground, but we build from ground to top. Board of Judges, long-term development requires leadership directing labor. A nation of technicians without visionary leaders is not a nation. Board of Judges, today, if we accept this motion that vocational training is more important or contribute more to Liberia's long-term development, then we want to make a country that will depend on international experts, on international ideas. Again, vocational or technical education, it only teaches you how to maintain other ideas, but not to create your own idea. Board of Judges, we don't want you to be misled. These people haven't experienced vocational education, have experienced it real life. It is temporary. It is just for temporary survival.
Thanks to the second speaker from Guizhou, that was fire. The man is motivated. Okay, he has the passion. We can see that clearly. Thanks to you for your deliberation. And now we'll go to the second speaker crossfire. And that will take us through questions from each side. And please make sure to follow the rules because I'm here to subtract points. So we'll now turn on to the pros. Qingdao, for your first question. Qingdao, I'm not hearing you. You're muted. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. Okay, are you hearing me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to ask my opponent, can Liberia offer to wait 10 years for university graduates to contribute, or do we need skilled workers now?
Skilled workers, again, skilled workers are maintainers. They are temporarily looking for temporary survivor. Again, if you invest in university education, you are going to reduce the possibility or depending on foreign experts to come into your country. Again, technical and vocational workers, they are maintainers, not creators. They only maintain what have been imported by those who attend university. So get this in mind, team opposition. Team proposition.
Okay, time. Thanks for that. We'll now turn to Guizhou for the first question.
Okay, so my question to team proposition here is, since vocational institution will contribute more to Liberian long-term development, why is it you are attending university today in China?
I'm attending university today.
Go ahead.
Why I'm attending university today in China to get higher education and to maintain my skills I have in me.
Is that all?
Hello.
Okay. Then let us now move to Guizhou for their second, Qingdao for their second question.
Okay.
Qingdao?
I want to ask my opponent, can a university graduate see a home care village faster than someone who trained in an agriculture sector?
Qingdao, or Guizhou rather. Sorry. Guizhou, please give us an answer.
University students are thinkers. They are innovators. They are researchers. They are leaders. They have all possibility because spending
Guizhou for the second.
to work on it.
If China is stop producing bike and other stuff for McKinney if McKinney will stop and will work on it. The question is, my answer is, if China stop producing other material, there will be another countries that will produce that will make the McKinney to work and produce and get money for his family.
Okay, so for the last question from Qingdao, the last question, please.
Okay. Okay, I want to ask my opponent, why the UNESCO, the UE, and the UNRGO invest millions in vocational training if university is more important?
So we are saying more important to long-term development for our country like Liberia. Long-term development, not just a short-term survival. Again, technical and vocational education It is for temporary survival. That is for a short while. But we are talking about long-term stability. Do not limit this debate to a short-term survival or short-term stability. It is for long-term development. Thank you. So they do it because they want their youth to start something, but they will invest more in university education for long-term development.
Time. Let's now turn to Guizhou for the last question. Let's go ahead.
So my question here, my question here is, what you're saying, right? Because you want us to take our vocational and technical institution more higher than university. So my question here is, don't you think that in the future, Liberia is going to be more dependent on foreign experts who goes to university? Then, don't you think?
Qingdao?
I don't think about yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't think about that because even the foreign expert would need the vocational trainer to do his work because the foreign expert will not be the one that will go on the field. He will be the one. He will be the one standing and giving command. Who will be the one to do the technical job? Who will be the one to do the hard labor job? If you don't have, if the technical expert with dressing his coat too, will he be the one to go and do the work?
Okay, so thanks to Qingdao and thanks to the team from Guizhou for the second speaker crossfire. We will now go to our next category, and that is our summary speech. But before we go to our summary speech, if you're just joining us, we want to welcome to you. And if you're listening to us via Facebook, we want to say welcome to you too as well. This is the fourth game, the fourth and final game of our quarterfinals, and it is between the city of Qingdao and the city of Guizhou. And realistically, the resolution for today's match is resolved on the topic technical on the motion that technical and vocational education contributes more to long-term development than traditional university education. So that's the resolution we have here for today. As you are in the comment section, keep dropping your comment and keep verifying those links that will be dropped in the comment section by the debaters. So, and also debaters, please make sure if you do not have ways to send the links to the comment section, you can also drop that into LSUIC social groups. Please, social groups. Don't say I think you must drop it in official group, and I'd be guilty, and they'll pay a fine for you. So please make sure you drop it into the social group. And let us now move on to the summary speech. We'll go firstly. We'll have a little flip this time. I'll go firstly to the summary speech. I will now go to the city of Guizhou first for their summary speech, and then we go to Qingdao later for theirs. So, Guizhou, if you are there, the mic is open. Please go ahead. Open your microphone first, please. So, to all of the players, please make sure I'll repeat one more time. I'm seeing the player from Qingdao camera is off again. I'll repeat myself one more time. Please make sure that you keep your cameras on. Let us hear from the people from Guizhou. What I have to say this time. They are active in the major.
Please take us. Yeah, my hand is already up. Please take us on our other phone. The other phone is going down, so we'll use our other phone, please.
Okay, say that again.
Or my phone is going down, so I'm using my beloved team member's phone.
Okay, but she's already logged in?
Yeah.
All right, then you can switch to the next one.
The adjective the guy is using, beloved team member.
You're always looking you. That English is a problem. You always look into English. But
He actually stressed on the beloved, right? Beloved.
Stop looking at the main English. Focus on it. Can you let George again?
Focus on this game, George.
I'm just saying it because I know Coco will have something to say about it, though. We'll move on.
Okay, so let us await as they switch to the next device. so that they can come up with their summer speech.
Okay.
So, Guizhou, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes, we are ready, but we want to make sure if it's clear enough.
Okay,
The other phone we are using.
I give you 1 minute to do that, please.
That's the name. Okay. So we are ready.
Okay, Honorable Judge, please start the timer. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, now we got a problem. To the city of
Judges,
Guizhou,
to
please
this
stop the
debate
timer. Stop
that
the
is
timer, please.
sentimental, strategic. Opposition trying to like Liberia's futures.
Guizhou, time, please. You are breaking very badly. So I will give you a few minutes to adjust, not just a few minutes, but 1 minute to adjust that and make sure that you are in the right space because we want to hear what you're saying, or else it will be to your detriment. You are breaking very badly. I mean, the comment section is quite interesting though. Devo chiedere video a studio. Man, jag limmar fan på LO. So let us now turn to Guizhou. Guizhou, are you still there? Are you ready?
We are here, but we have some issues. We want to use my team member phone again, but this time around we have to charge it while we are using it, and it's a
Yeah,
bit.
please do everything you can. You are at the end of the match already, so please do everything and anything you can. You are currently using your 3 minutes, so make sure that in 3 minutes time that is done.
Josh Tyler, you are muted. Guizhou, please unmute yourself. Let's fix this problem quickly. We are out of time.
So Guizhou, we are running out of time. Please fix this thing real quickly. I will advise you to have both devices logged in, and you can lower the volume of one very low and mute it while you will be using the other one, so that just in case this happens again, you can be able to switch to the next one.
Okay, so thank you so much, Board of Judges. I think we are ready. If you can hear me very clear, that means we are good to go.
Okay, we can get you loudly. Yeah, so let us now go to the timer. 5 minutes is up. Let's go.
Honorable judges, at the end of this debate, the decision is very simple. It is not emotional, not sentimental, but strategic. Team Proposition tried to reduce Liberia's future to hammers and screwdrivers. We expanded aid to leadership, innovation, and systems. They asked you to focus on immediate survival. We asked you to consider generational transformation. Let us remember the motion carefully, very carefully, which contributes more to Liberia's long-term development, not which contributes, not which sounds practical, but which contributes more. Team Proposition built their case on unemployment and infrastructure. We show you something deeper. Unemployment is a policy problem. Infrastructure is a planning problem. Industrial weakness is a strategic problem, Board of Judges. And problems of strategy, policy, and institutional design are solved by universities trained professionals. You cannot industrialize a nation without engineers who understand advanced systems. No way, it's not even possible. You cannot reform governance without lawyers and policy experts. You cannot modernize healthcare without doctors and researchers. You cannot compete globally without intellectual capacity. Technical education supports development. University education shapes development. One follows, the other leads. Judges, imagine a Liberia with thousands of skilled technicians, but weak economic planning, poor governance, no innovation, and continued dependency on foreign experts. Imagine that. This is not long-term development. Now imagine Liberia with strong universities producing visionary leaders, researchers, engineers, economists who design industries, attract investment, reform institutions, and build systems that employ millions. That is transformation. The Team Proposition offer you implementation. We offer you direction. They offer you labor. We offer you leadership. And leadership determines the destiny of a nation. If we weaken university in a favor of vocational denominators, we risk intellectual dependency. We risk becoming implementers of other nation ideas instead of creators of our own. Liberia deserves more than survival. Liberia deserves vision. We deserve innovation. We deserve strong institutions that will sustain growth for decades, not just quick employment statistics. Long-term development depends on visionary minds. Universities shape Liberia's future. I'll say again, long-term development depends on visionary minds, which universities shape Liberia's future. For these reasons, we clarify logic and covenants. In our work, we position Liberia to compete internationally, reduce dependency on foreign expertise. University produce leaders, engineers, economists, and doctors who plan national growth. I'll say again, university produce leaders, engineers, economists, and doctors who plan national growth. If you weaken university, you weaken the very system needed to create jobs for both graduates and vocational workers. They attack the symptom. We defend the root solution. Long-term development is about who designs the future, not just who builds today's structure. And those who design the future are produced by universities. They are TVETs, creates entrepreneurs. They say TVETs creates entrepreneurs, but entrepreneurship does not grow in isolation. It requires access to finance, business regulation, infrastructure planning, economic policy, sustainability. Who designs this framework? University-trained experts. We urge you to reject this motion, Board of Judges, and my beloved audience. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to the speaker from Guizhou, I almost said Xuzhou, from Guizhou for the deliberation on the summary speech. So we now go over to the team from Qingdao. If you are there, please unmute yourself. Qingdao.
Yeah, I'm on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, let me proceed. You're talking about doctors, engineering leaders. And leaders mean nothing without skills and workers. It means nothing without skills. Let me drive you through this. TVET is the foundation of developments, opposition. University gave wisdom, critical thinking wisdom without action is useless. The TVET turned knowledge into real progress. Opposition, The TVS is only short term. The TVS build jobs for a generation that is long and is long-term development. TVS give real practical skills that build our nation every single day. Every single day. The TVS reduce unemployment, strengthen our economics, and support rural and poor communities. Opponent, TVS build self-reliance so Liberia no longer depend on foreign experts to fix our roads, run away farms, and build our futures. Are you trying to tell me that every single day people are dying to GFK just because of what? They did not learn proper educations in the university. They cannot do that job properly. They cannot function well. Every single day we're hearing different death rate increasing in Liberia because why? The Liberian doctors are not doing that job properly. I know a friend that actually went to NVTI. They electricity in is not now working in Nima, doing good job, getting well paid. So stop saying that, stop misleading us. I rest my case.
Okay. That was the voice from the city of Qingdao with 3 minutes left for this summary speech. So, Qingdao, I will give you a second chance. Do you rest the case on this matter with the 3 minutes left? Because these 3 minutes won't be transferred to the next session.
Okay, let me proceed with another one. Judges, today we have learned many arguments about university education, but let us return to reality of Liberia. We are a country with massive youth, unemployment, weak infrastructures, and too many citizens trapped in poverty. We need education for a bill that works, that includes everyone. I have clearly shown every single thing in my points that Liberia needs technical and vocational education than university education. I rest my case.
All right. Thanks to the speaker there from Qingdao for his deliberation. And now we will say, teams, please prepare yourself for the final category as we got into the final deliberation movement of this tournament. And it is our another final though. We have the Grand Crossfire. Sorry. The Grand Crossfire. Before going to the final, I can't wait for I'm not going to do other things. But all right, so let us now go to the Grand Crossfire. And we will be hearing from the city of Qingdao first. Qingdao, please go ahead with the Grand Crossfire.
Okay, my questions. How can Liberia develop with technology and vocational skills? This is my questions. Without TVET workers, how can Liberia build any infrastructures?
Okay, so let us now hear from the guys from Guizhou. Answer?
Okay, so I'll be very clear and honest with you. Without TVET, Liberia I didn't get a question.
So which one you're answering?
That's on you though, because the question won't be repeated. Okay, so let us now go to Guizhou for their first question. Despite the question was not answered, and that is on the team from Guizhou. So let us take your first question for this round, for this category.
Okay. So do you think those engineers that build our roads and skyscrapers are TVET's graduates.
Qingdao?
Okay, yeah, can I answer that question quickly?
Go ahead, sir. The floor is all yours.
Okay, so you talk about or engineers or what do you call them? Engineers or doctors or leader, whatever it is. Without job, without skills, without improvements. Take for example the government now. We don't even have good facility right now because they are doing nothing. A doctor, a leaders, engineers, without job, people is actually living like we're right now, going out of the country because why? There is no job.
Time. Okay, so let us now turn to Qingdao for the second question. Qingdao, go ahead. Qingdao, your microphone is muted. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. We can. Let's go ahead.
If university is better, why do so many graduates stay unemployed?
Okay, so to the team of Guizhou, your answer? Guizhou, your answer. Your microphone is muted too. Guizhou, if you need time, please let us know. You still have at least 1 minute of your 3 minutes you have. So that we can get the time you want. But please answer the question.
Again.
Okay, I see the hands of Rachel up. What's your concern?
Can you just ask the question again?
Did you hear the question? Do you have issues with your internet? Did you not get
it's
the
a
question?
bit.
The microphone is off. I'm not getting you. I'm still asking you, do you have issues with your internet for which you're not getting the question?
Yes, can he just ask the question again? I have a little issues with my internet.
Okay. The fact of the matter is that this is the Grand Crossfire, and you guys are two in the same space. So I expect the question to be, at least both of you should be able to get the question. Okay, this is not about first speaker or second speaker. This is a Grand Crossfire. So this will pass, but please pay attention to the question because I'm seeing a lot of movement in your backgrounds too as well. So please. Okay, for the sake of sportsmanship, please ask the question again.
Okay, my questions. If university is better, why so many graduates stayed unemployed? They are stayed unemployed in Liberia.
So, my dear opponents, I think I said before that university is not a cause of unemployment. And I'll say that again, university is not the cause of unemployment.
Okay, so let us now go to Rachel for their question. And please lower your hand. Okay, so Rachel, can we get your next question, please?
Wait.
Your mic is still muted. And I told you from the start, I need to see one person in the frame. The other person can stay on the side. So please do that for us. I want to see one person in the frame. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of cutting points, but if you guys give me the cost, I'll get you worried.
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, please go ahead with the question.
I just
Honorable Doe, do you have a concern,
Okay,
sir?
so
1 minute, please. I want to ask one of the judges. I'm seeing
seeing
his
that.
microphone is on.
Which was
Do you have a concern, sir? Honorable Doe, you're coming in broken, sir. Okay, so if Honorable Doe, we cannot get to him, then I will now ask Guizhou to please ask your second question.
okay, to team opposition. Are you saying university students are not skilled?
Guizhou, answer.
so this is it, right?
Qingdao, rather. Answer, please.
We're talking about graduates, people that graduate from university, they are not doing their job properly. Because why? The access is not there, the quality is not there, there is no good education. That's why they are unemployed. That's why they are not doing their job properly. That's why the death rate keep increasing in Liberia. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so let us now hear from Qingdao, your next question.
My
Qingdao,
next question is
the third question, please.
Yep. My next question is, you're talking about vocational school or blah 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 stuff like that, but the MVTR we all know about in Liberia. I have seen people graduate from that school that actually get good jobs. So if you are telling me that vocational school cannot give people quality jobs, can you please make it clear one person you know that went to vocational school and they are not working today?
My
Go ahead.
Can I
Go ahead.
can
Go
I
ahead.
answer?
Yes.
Okay, so my dear, we actually didn't say that. We didn't say vocational students. Okay, Tibet students. We're not saying they don't work. What's the main topic here is how does it contribute? How does those two things, the Tibet and the traditional university, contributes to Liberia's long-term development?
Time. All right, let us turn to Guizhou for the last question.
Okay, so if Liberia focuses more on Tibet than universities, who will lead our ministries, manage central banking policy, negotiate trade agreements, and reform governance structures?
You know that, can you hear me? You know that TVS can actually train these workers to work in different part of this ministry, whatever it is that ministry, infrastructure, government, whatsoever. TVS can actually train them properly to work in that capacity, in that places, in that various places you just listed.
Okay. Thanks to both teams for completing the Grand Cross Fire category. We will now go to the last and final section of tonight's debate. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are there, I'm seeing all of the comments. It's quite interesting to be reading your comments. And to everyone who is joining us or being here for both games, I want to say thanks to you for joining us. And thanks to those on Facebook who's joined us for the first time. This is the presidential winter debate for the Liberian Student Union in China. It is hosted every year, and this year we are grateful to have many teams and very, very brilliant students. So to all of you, I would like to say welcome again, and the resolution for today remains the same. resolved, or the resolution is technical and vocational education contributes more to Liberia's long-term development than traditional university education. So I don't know what you will say in the comment section, but leave your comments in the comment section. We'd like to know your thoughts as well. And thanks to you for viewing us from Facebook. All right, let us get right into our last section. The final focus speech. That's the grand final focus speech from both teams. We'll firstly hear from the team from Qingdao. Qingdao, if you're there, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm there. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Judges. Qingdao has already provided their vocational education contributions more to Liberia's development. Let me just close with three simple truths. First, over 60% of youth Liberians are unemployed. Universities offer 4 years of study, no job guarantee. Thousands of university graduates are still waiting. But LOIC trained over 70,000 Liberians in mechanical, plumbing, and tailoring. They started working immediately. They started earning immediately. For a jobless youth, vocational training put food on your table today, not someday. Secondly, I will start with 85% of Liberia's economy is informal. Most Liberians work in market and on farm, not in office. The UNRCEF trained 750 young people who are now business owners. The government adopted the national TVET policy in 2024. International partners invest millions in vocational training. Third, Liberia is rebuilding after war. We need roads, electricity, clean water. Who built this? Electricians, plumbers, masons, not university graduates with theory. If we are talking about like if now you need a university graduate to, if someone has sport, who are you going to call? If you have a man who is a minister has sport, who are you going to call? You're going to call him the carpenter to fill his thing. If a Cambo sport, you are going to call a plumber to come and fix Cambo. You're not going to call an engineer. The man with a course. He's not going to do anything. You're going to stand. He's not going to come. You're going to charge him a lot of money. You need a skilled worker to do that. You're not going to call a man who is in the office. If you're late table sport, you're going to call a carpenter to come and fix it. You're not going to call a man who is in the office. Finally, I will end with this. Xuzhou offer promise of future leader. We offer proof of workability today. 7,000 LSUIC graduates work now. 750 UNRCEF trainers own business now. International partner investing now. You cannot lead a country that hasn't built. Build first, lead later. Thank you.
Okay. So thanks to the team from Qingdao for their final focus speech deliberation. We'll now go to the team from Qingdao to give their final focus speech. So Qingdao, if you're there, the floor is all yours.
I think it's Guizhou.
Say that? Oh, Guizhou, sorry. Guizhou, I'm sorry. I'm always messing this thing up.
Qingdao is Guizhou.
Yeah, Qingdao just got through. I thought it was Qingdao. I'm so sorry. Guizhou, sorry. Go ahead, Guizhou.
Board of Judges, access to information, help fight misleading information. Let us be real here today. Team composition, they didn't mention of any skill that they have learned today. I am a beneficiary of a technical and a vocational education. I tell you what it does. One, it makes you to only be maintainer of people's ideas, Like, for example, I mentioned DSTV again. Let's be real, as a vocational and an installer, without DSTV coming into Liberia, I cannot find job to do. I cannot find anything to do. If people at Nigeria is not playing on July, I cannot find a job to do as a vocational worker. Because of that, I decided to further my education, not to depend on experts out here, not to maintain experts' logic, but to provide my own logic. Board of Judges, let us be real here. Team opposition is limited to information. I don't want you to be misled by an AI-generated argument, which team opposition is trying to prove to you because their works are limited and their work collapsed on several reasons. Board of Judges, they keep telling you that unemployment, and we told you do not blame university for unemployment. This is an intellectual misunderstanding. University doesn't cause unemployment within an economy. Unemployment is caused by weak industrialization, limited private sector setup growth, poor policy implementation, lack of strategic planning. Board of Judges, and this can be faced by economics, policy, tax analysts, all of those university expertise. So let us be real here. They keep repeating unemployment, and we have told you university is not the cause for the high rate of unemployment in Liberia. And let us tell you again, vocational and technical worker, I am a beneficiary. I've done it. You haven't done it. You haven't experienced it. I have experienced it. I know how it treated me. If people at Nigeria doesn't play on July, people don't buy DSTV and you don't find work to do. Let's be real here, Board of Judges. Let us ask ourselves a question. Why are those rules broken? Why are some rules broken? Why there's a problem in our health sector? It is because there are some 3 months program offered for nursing. There are 3 months program offered for nursing with limited access to research and development. Look at our nursing. Look at our hospital today. There are people who get certificate just because of 3 months nursing, and you find them in a hospital. And you want to blame doctors? How many doctors have you seen at this hospital? How many economics have you seen? How many tax policy have you seen? Bro, you cannot be limited to access to information, and then you want to convince Board of Judges. Judges, if you agree with team opposition, that means you want Liberia to survive now and depend on international expertise for tomorrow, which of course we don't want you to agree on. Board of Judges, let's be real here. An institution is built by thinkers, by economists who design national growth and strategies, by lawyers who strengthen rules and regulation, by engineers who design complex energy systems, by medical researchers who improve healthcare, again, by medical researchers who improve healthcare. It is only medical researchers that improve healthcare. Technical and vocational education person, they cannot improve healthcare. They only contribute. That is little idea just to give an injection. It's not enough. This is why sometimes you go to the hospital team opposition and then somebody give you injection, and sometimes post come to where they give you that injection. You go to a hospital and they give you injection, and sometimes you experience rassing. It is because the doctors are limited, and we only have few nurses that only go to school for 3 months, and then you expect them to work in hospital. Is that the economy you want to build in opposition? Why are you talking as if you are a foreigner and you aren't a foreigner? You are a Liberian. You should think as a Liberian. To research as a Liberian, not to bring an AI-generated argument, which of course it proved no basis, and your information are limited. You only focus on unemployment, and we came to tell you that unemployment is not caused by university. Unemployment is caused by the political stability of the country, not just university. So be wise. We don't want the opposition to tell you, or the preposition to tell you that vocational or technical institute is more important and is going to serve as a long-term development to Liberia. We don't want you to agree about that. If you do that, you want to limit Liberia to only depend on expertise from international area. Like, for example, there are so many politicians who go to Ghana for treatment today. There are so many politicians who travel to India for treatment today. Why? It is because the doctors are limited. And we want to improve healthcare. That is, we have to build more researchers in university, not just a 3-month certificate program, and we allow them to give injection to a patient that's going to cause chaos. We must invest in mind that transform, not just mind that limit. Board of Judges, thank you.
Time. Okay, thanks a lot to all of the teams that have participated in this tournament, and purposefully rather tonight to the team that is the teams that are presenting tonight. Thanks to you for your contribution. Now, before we get into anything else, we'll now go on to the Honorable President to please share out the pool so that the audience can vote for their best teams and the best MVP for the night. Mr. President, if you're there, please share that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks so much. To those following, we are at the end of it. So I'm going to launch this pool right now. Just a minute. So the other teams
Before you go any further, Mr. President, before you go any further, to one of the George Ishmael, would you please import the scores that you should please, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to launch this pool. We are already out of time. If you're following, please get glued to your phone. I'm going to launch this pool now. It will not take much of a time because time is not our friend. So please check your screen. You should see the notification. Please check your screen. So we're going to end this pool by 12:10 because if you're following, this shouldn't take a longer time. So 12:10 in the next 2 minutes, we'll end this pool. Because once you're following, it shouldn't take that long of a time. So Qingdao 6 votes, Guizhou 3, Qingdao 7, 5, 7. Let's go down a little bit. Qingdao Everett 6 votes. His teammate Greenfield 2. Olive 6 votes. Francis 5. So we have probably 1 minute and a few seconds. If you're just joining us, please check your screen. The voting is going on. Okay, so Olive and Everett 8-8. Olive and Everett 8-8. 9-8. Okay, few seconds to go. I have 12:09. Few seconds to go. Qingdao 11 votes. Guizhou 9. And Everett 9 votes. Olive 8. 1 vote different. Few seconds to go. 2 votes. Okay, so 12:09 stay. Few seconds. Everett 10, Olive 8. Everett 11, Olive 8. Qingdao 13, Guizhou 9. Okay, so I already have 12:10 here. I'm going to end this pool right now in 3, 2, 1. So it have ended, and the results are on your screen, but in percentage, so you can check the screen here to see the actual vote. Qingdao 14. So the judges can give Qingdao the audience vote of 3, and then Guizhou the audience vote of 2. For the MVP of tonight is Everett from Qingdao with 12 votes, and then Olive and Francis have 9 votes each. So the MVP here is Everett from Qingdao. So honorable judges, if you're ready, you let me know.
Thanks to the Honorable President for that. Qingdao takes the popular vote, and Guizhou takes the L on the popular vote. So before we get into the final scores, let us hear from our judges. Comments from our judges, 2 minutes each, before we can get into the final scores. Judges, if you are there, please unmute yourself, Honorable Ishmael and Honorable Confidence Doe. Please unmute yourself, give your real-time feedback from the game, not just, both teams did well. Those lapses you saw, please point them out rather, because we were being accused of not doing that. So please make sure you point out the lapses you see out in tonight's games. So go ahead, another judge.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, this is Ishmael, and firstly, I want to say congratulations to both teams for playing well in their own way tonight. And I think from tonight's game, one of the disappointment that I see has to do with the issue of evidence. You know, many of the things that were said here tonight is more of a emotional based thing, you know, and just maybe something being said to persuade the judges without real proof towards them. And as we went through the debate, I noticed there were a lot of like many of the debaters will go in the I circle and just repeated the same thing. So, for example, you will see one player there, you know, mentioning like a whole lot of issues, but you only pick one. And even the one you pick as an issue, I saw one of the debater, you pick the issue, but then you don't give a counter solution to it. It's just like, oh, this is the problem, but nothing else. And the other person there was doing her best by answering most of the question, but from my own analysis of today's game, I think like the players could do more because I think at the last time I said it also in debate, it's not about just your own personal experience. You are trying to convince all of us here. So when you debate with three major foundations. One has to do with the individual, the society, and then the nation. But I really didn't see the debaters go in that direction. Like, okay, when you talk about university graduate, how does it impact the society? How does it impact the individual? How does it impact the nation? It was more of a mixture. And I just hope like in future they can be able to build the argument very well and be able to deliver that. And for the Roberta aspect, I saw, I think from one of the debaters where there was a question asked and the answer was not something she wanted. And I also said again in the previous game, like the point of you asking up questions for you to just listen. You don't have to tell the opponent how you didn't answer my question, because the time you will be taking to tell them, oh, you didn't answer my question, your time is going. So at the end of the day, we noticed she even went into a bit of the timing, you know. So these are things that, you know, debaters should be very, very much aware of, you know, when you debate. When you ask the question, the person don't answer it like the way you want, just leave it. The judges are there. They are listening to both the questions and the answer. So for me, that is what I would say. And I wish everyone well for today's game. Thank you.
Okay, that's the voice of Josh Honorable Ishmael. Let's now turn to Honorable Confidence for his
in the words of Amika Cabral, the general is so much love and I cherish. And I want these words to remain with you. He says, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Tonight's game wasn't as I expected, but again, it was a game. And I would say congratulations to the both teams for bringing out quite a show. And yeah, I would want to also tell the debaters that as a debater, when you come up to speak, you should understand why you're coming up to speak. If you're coming up as a constructive speaker, you should kindly be constructive. If you're coming up as a reporter, you need to speak as a reporter and not to be just somebody that came to buttress the argument. If you came to buttress, you can do that at your ending. But as a reporter, you need to firstly cross-check what your opponent has said. That is why, as a reporter, as a good reporter, to be a very good reporter, you normally don't even prepare your points to come. You just listen to the first speaker. Once you listen to the guy and you pick out points from him, you can base your entire arguments in destroying whatsoever he has said. It's like claim and counter claim. So you, as a reporter, you're just going to counter claim. But if a reporter will come and read for us every game, then we're going nowhere. We're looking for excellence. But if reporters will come, the game, we actually love to watch the game from the reporter's point of view, because as a reporter, you really hold the game. You are one of the biggest person in the game. So you realize that good players, we actually want, if you know your team is like not too strong, you let someone go in front. But you, as the stronger person, you come in as the reporter, because you know you can counter argue whatsoever the first constructive speaker has said. That is your role. But if you come and just buttress, then you've done nothing good for the audience. You've done nothing good for the judges, because you not get the points for rebuttal. And we're not going to give you the points, even if you're making sense. We're not going to give you the points because you make sense and you're not performing your role. We're not going to do that. And yeah, those are just some of the basic things. Ishmael already said a lot of things. And I want to say, if you guys are using one camera, one phone, if you don't trust your teammate enough, kindly don't play with the person. Because while the game is going on and you keep distracting the person and you see the judge trying to take out points, forget the judge even taking out points, it's an embarrassment to the audience, because people take up their time to come and watch you and you in the background hitting the gear. The president will be telling you, say, no, lead the gear. To the one year. We can't for it. So whichever team that will qualify to the next stage, you should also watch that for your next round, because if you go with this, if you carry this performance to the next stage, the teams that I've seen already gone to the next stage, they're actually going to crush you very hard. If you do that, they will crush you very hard. So I'm going to end here.
Okay, that's the voice of honorable confidence, though. Thanks for those corrections. Lastly, before I get into the final scores, I would just like to say a few points, and I would like to address the teams individually. To the team from Qingdao, I can see that you guys struggle to get your points across. If I was the one debating this, it would have been a whole different scenario, because you could see clearly the loopholes in the team from Guizhou arguments. But like honorable confidence here, you guys are not paying keen attention to the rebuttal part, where you will be able to examine the loopholes from what the person is saying and write them down and counter that. You guys are just reading and reading and reading to us on things that you've already written. Okay, so which makes you focus on those things that you have written only. You're not even focusing on what the person is saying from the rebuttal side. And that's not how a good debater should be. At least you should be able to point out things instantly on the spot, even if you don't have evidences for them, but just from the way you will present them from counter argument will make the judge to understand that you know exactly what you're saying. Sometimes most debaters will be lying. They don't even know whatever they're saying, they don't even have a fact behind it. Okay, but from the way that they will be able to criticize what their opponents say, you will see clearly that they will be able to get back from their judges. But you guys have not done that. And if you move forward tonight, please make sure that you can study your points. I keep repeating these things. Study your points. You don't have to study in that. You don't have to memorize everything. In a debate section, you guys, during your practice session, you guys don't even read these things. You guys just argue these points. If you argue these points, it will stay in your mind. Okay, for the references, yes, you can read them because you won't memorize every reference. But for your own debate time, at least argue these points among yourself. Okay, instead of coming to read every time to us, I'm getting tired with reading, and we are serious. Even today, for my reading skills, I didn't even put anything there for most of you guys because you're just reading to us, and that doesn't make sense. This is debate. You can write your points down and come and speak it out to us. So this is not just going to this team today, but it's going to every other team. If you come here next time for the semifinal and I'm judging, if you're reading to me, you won't get the scores that you're supposed to get. Okay, in fact, I'll just put the 0 right there because it makes no sense. You can come to debate somebody you're reading from paper, it makes no sense. Okay, so to the team from Guizhou. Tonight, I think you guys performed better the last time than tonight, in my opinion. Okay, because your presentation from the start was very brilliant, but at the end of the day, you guys begin so sluggish, and that's not nice. Okay, and like I say, if you guys will be using one camera, like Honorable Confidence say, if you don't trust your teammate, then don't play with your teammate, because you can see clearly that this has repeated. This is the second time. You did it the last time when you start talking to her, she got confused and nervous, and people are like that. Okay, once they are doing something, you try to obstruct them, then they get nervous because people are listening to them. You have about 60 people online and listening to her. Other people on Facebook listening to her. Then she gets nervous. Then she starts missing her points. Then she starts, mixing every question up. Okay, so you organize yourself in a better way. I can tell you, anything that move on here tonight, those guys from Xuzhou, those guys from Qingdao, they're not playing. I'm sure you guys have watched them. Okay. And whosoever that will move on here tonight, you have to give us better organization. And to the lady from Guizhou, even if you really points to us, lift up your head. Okay, you don't bury your head when you're reading. You don't bury your head into what you're reading and you read it to the people. Okay, we want to see you interacting with us. We want to see your eyes in motion, off the paper up, off the paper up, even if you read it. Okay, that's how it's supposed to be. You don't consistently bend your head down and just read. So even if you have to turn on your camera TV, you can do that also, so that you can be able to practice by yourself and be able to give your points. All right, so that you guys can at least, the team that will win so will say yes, you guys deserve it. Both teams, I believe you guys have brilliant debaters, but tonight's presentation wasn't what I expected. Okay. Like Honorable Confidence said, stop obstructing or distracting your friend who is presenting. It only cause chaos. And tonight, we might only take 6 points, 3 points from both teams. But those teams that come for the quarterfinal, there is no grace. I'm not giving anybody grace. If I'll be here, Judge, doing any quarterfinal, I'm not giving anybody grace. Okay? Because
Honorable Head Judge.
Yes, sir. I'm coming 1 minute, please. I'm coming 1 minute, please.
Yeah.
You should be able to at least understand what you are doing. So based on that, I'll read the score now. For the popular score, Qingdao won with 3 points and Guizhou lost to Qingdao. And for the first judge, for the pros, Qingdao got 170 points, and for the cons, Guizhou got 196 points. And for the second judge, for the pros, Qingdao got 172 points, and for the cons, Guizhou got 183 points. And for the third judge, Qingdao got 167.5 points, and that was for the pros, which is Qingdao 167.5, and for the cons, Guizhou got 189 points. So the total score for the pros, Qingdao, is 509.5 points. 509.5 points. So it's 509.5 points. And for the cons, which is Guizhou, you have 568 points. So based on the scores verified tonight, Guizhou is the winner for the match tonight. So thank you. And I will now turn it over to the president because I think he's supposed to have some brief discussion with teams that have moved to the semifinal.
All right, so quickly, no time.